Okay.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for coming. So we're not shaking out.
Oh, I know.
So respect you.
We're doing the Korean thing.
I know everybody is jumping in. I just anyway, good to have you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm David Kochi once again. I'm a Christian, but there's one place I agree with the Muslims on the dead body issue. You know, I don't like to see people spending so much money for the dead. It's useless. Now, the worst thing about it is that sometimes somebody is sick. Nobody is going to that person's assistance.
Okay, Mr. Kochi, how do you want to be buried when you die?
I don't even want to die.
No, but you die.
No, but don't even ask me how I want to. Don't be like Robin White who asked President Taylor one time, how do you think you would die?
Because
I'm not even thinking about death, and you ask me how do I want to be died.
Listen, you said one thing you like about the Muslim way of disposing of the dead is the simple way. So
one thing I like about the Muslim, what you say?
I'm asking now, when you die, how you want to be buried?
I don't want to die. Don't mention that. Don't even bring that question to me. I'm not even thinking about death.
Sorry, sir. Death is an inevitable end.
That's your business, but don't ask me about death. I don't want to die. Let me tell you one thing. I love the Muslims I'm on the line with the Muslims on the death body issue.
Okay.
Now, I don't see the reason why people buy golden casket and golden curtains. Well, too much unnecessary spending. And the worst thing that can really get, this is why I don't go to work. I don't go to funerals. It's very difficult for me.
Because you're afraid of death.
No, not only that. I don't like to hear some of the praises people give to people when they didn't give it while they were alive.
But of course, death is an inevitable end. We all will die. There is one thing that is certain about death: it will come, but we don't know where, how, and when it will come. Good morning, Liberia, and good morning to my many followers on SoundCloud this morning. My name is Mama D. This is the Truth Breakfast Show. Today, we are privileged to have with us the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, who has accepted graciously
to be on this network this morning to talk about a recent trip to the U.S., the U.S.-Africa Leadership Summit, and which was called by U.S. President Barack Obama. A Center on Trade, Investment and Security. Vice President Joseph Boakai has accepted to talk about it, of course, discuss the issues that pop up at that great gathering of leaders. Good morning, Honorable Vice President. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning, Mamadi.
How do you feel this morning?
Oh, I feel great.
Except the Ebola wahala that is distracting our way of life.
That's what we're fighting now. So we believe that too will come to pass.
Okay, did they in any way come up? Because Solo was sharing joke with me the other time that you and the two other presidents from the region were placed in one corner.
Well,
was that a quarantine?
I think maybe they wanted to put their attention on us. Obama was presiding over one of the sessions, the first session, and normally the sitting arrangement is by countries. But this time around, President Conte's chair, my chair, then Sierra Leone. So Conte look at me, he loves to say, look like they're trying to put all the Ebola countries one side. But anyway, that changed when we went to the second session.
I didn't notice that perhaps you were not happy with the setting.
You know, I made the people to understand that this was a disaster, like a hurricane, like a flood, tsunami, and I made them to know that Ebola was not going to define Liberia, just like the tsunami did not define Japan, like the Katrina did not define America, that this was a disaster and this too will be a thing of the past. So we stay resilient and we will live after this.
And I like that. Very soon it's going to be a thing of the past.
Yeah, sure.
We are very resilient people who are going to fight. Again, let me say thank you for accepting our invitation to sit with us. This demonstrates your passion in and sharing the good news with our people. Because you already know, we the media, we are the bridge between the governors and the governed. Again, we are happy for your presence. Let's start on the overall. What will be your summary of the meeting? Was it a successful one? What do we expect as a continent and as a country?
I think the Americans have realized that they were getting a little bit behind in investing in Africa. That they've seen the Chinese, the Indians, the Brazilians, and other countries were getting ahead of them, coming into Africa to invest And Obama felt that this was an opportunity for the U.S. African leaders. It was a groundbreaking event because this was the first in history to have about 50 heads of state and government to the invitation of the Americans to sit with business people, sit and discuss what were critical issues for development in Africa. And we share our ideas, not just investing, but also helping Africa to open opportunities to development. And we talk about some of the things that were also obstructing development, like the conflicts, and that we look at everything and then open the corridor for us to be able to discuss openly. And they were to look at their own resources and how they could partner with us. We were not talking about aid, we're not talking about relief, we're talking about investment. And it went on very well. Some of the presidents were very candid in saying, look, you waited too long. I mean, China is already building our railways. And then so Obama said, well, yeah, we don't want to say it should not be a part, but we want to be able to also come on board.
Okay, like you said, I think America is seeing that China is making some strong efforts in getting to Africa. So do we have any sense of feeling, at least in the region of the American, that they have some regrets why they didn't come earlier? Well,
I think the Americans, their understanding of Africa, they are being able to enter into African market because of all the difficulties we have. They talk about corruption, they talk about infrastructure, but these are the things that the other people see also, and they still come on board. And I usually tell them, when we meet, they start asking about China and all of this.
Or Cartoon Pushers Association. That can be in no way construed to mean talking to all the Liberian people in America. It was very specific. I'm challenging you to go there and see it. And it ended with a question mark. Is it the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas or the Association of Cartoon Pushers? So I'm being direct. I'm referring to a small group of people that I believe they're not more than 25. Go on that page. But these particular group of people who refer, Madam, have you pulled it up? Because we want your colleagues to see it. These are people in a constant habit of disrespecting the president, making false statements about the president, condemning some of the actions of the president. And that prompted me to ask the question. Because if you have it there with you, bring it. I will show it to the press. You can't say you are the Association of Liberian Journalists in the Americas, and we don't see you on CNN, Al Jazeera, BBC, MSNBC, CBS, The Guardian, The New York Times. But yet, for example, I give you a typical example when I'm challenging you members in the media. The president made a pronouncement declaring the University of Liberia tuition free. Do you know what Alja's response was? That it was just another, watch my hands, meaning I'm quoting him, political gimmick of the president. You members of the media, can you say that pronouncement was a political gimmick, knowing what you know now? And then, the same group that was happy for my suspension, you know what a suspension is. And go on that page. They lauded the president for my suspension. And then when he lifted the suspension, they criticized and condemned him for lifting the suspension. It is not insinuating, but clearly indicating that it should have been a direct dismissal. If the president wanted to dismiss me, and he saw it prudent to dismiss me, he would have done so. But he suspended me. And then you commended him for suspending me. And then he lifts the suspension, you condemn him. It means you are somehow academically impaired. Because you should know what a suspension is. So I'm saying to you, go to Alja page. Just go to Google, type in capital letters, ALJA space, spell Liberia. And you as journalists will see what you will see. But you are the ones writing the stories here. You are the ones allowing us to read the story in the newspaper, watch it on television, and somehow hear it on the radio. Now, if you leave from here and go to the United States and put yourselves together as an association of Liberian journalists in the Americas, we expect you to be writing there, promoting the image of the country, but reporting on facts also, with reputable institutions. But the only thing you do is condemn everything we do here. So you're simply trying to say we should have Association of Liberian Janitors in the United States, Association of Liberian ex-military officers in the U.S., Association of Liberian ex-police officers in the U.S. It's not bad to form yourselves into an association of Liberian journalists, but we expect you to be working for Al Jazeera, CNN, MSNBC. Then we know you are an association. Thank you. Can you bring it forward so the press can see it? And so you are bashing me. Here it is right there. Association of Liberian Journalists in America or Association of Cartoon Pushers. Don't disrespect the president. The question mark can be seen right there. It's a question. So then you get up this morning, and because you ate your school fees and you have a Roots FM platform, you try to incite the entire American Liberian in America against me. Well, I have a fan base that can never be tampered with. They respect me for bringing nothing but truth to the table. I bring facts to fiction. And when I displayed and revealed to the Liberian people what Alja really is, they know the backlash they got from the Liberian people. And they declared that Moses Sandy is an operative of Mr. Alexander Kunis. And he has referred to this president in the most demeaning way. He is disgruntled, and he thinks by doing that he will get a job. But I like to tell Moses Sandy, you will need to apply for one. That is, present your resume. I would like to mention here, owing to your question, that there is a gentleman by the name of Reverend Solomon Mwin, M-U-I-N. He was one of those who made a passionate appeal for my reinstatement, owing to the kind of job I do. And again, the Alja president went there and referred to this man, quote, a fake man of God, with a lot of derogatory statements from the same Alja president. Unbelievable. And so I wasn't talking to Liberians in the diaspora. I wasn't talking to Liberians in America. I was talking to an association, and I was asking them the question, are you an association of Liberian journalists or an association of cartoon pushers? Because we know we should be seeing you on CNN, Al Jazeera, or your writings in the New York Times or the Guardian. Thank you very much.
my idea is you don't curse the darkness, you turn the light on.
Of course.
So instead of sitting there and complaining, you do something. You know very well, we've had the longest standing relation with the United States.
Liberia.
By now, one would have thought that there would be a lot of American companies here. The oldest of the only one they have was Firestone. Even that now is Bridgestone from the Japanese. So I mean, nobody has stopped them. So we may be a small market, but I always say if you want to consider Liberia, consider us as a region. Whatever happens here happens in Guinea, Sierra Leone, and we talk about 20 million people within this region. I mean, we are a sizable market. And also, we're talking about partnering the way that we can work, Liberians can partner and do things at our level. So that's what the other people see, and that's what they should be looking at. They, instead of putting all the restrictions, they should look at the opportunities and work with us.
Okay, I want to get a picture of the summit itself, because I understand there was some low profile from many of the participants. Was there a big hall where Obama sat at the table and the African leaders were putting their hands up to make comment, or a one-on-one engagement? Because I understand, apart from Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya, not many African countries made strong representation.
No, that's not. I mean, well, you're talking about in terms of the number of people, but only a certain number of people were allowed into the hall, heads of state, and so it wasn't everybody was going. There were side meetings.
Okay.
For example, when I got there, the first thing that we did was to have interviews with CNN, interview with BBC, interview with Bloomberg, and several other interviews. But also, I spoke at the Mercy Corps invitation talking about youth. I also spoke at the George Soros invitation talking about extractive industry transparency. I spoke at another meeting that has to do with peace and security with respect to the African common position. So there were quite a number of other meetings that leaders participated in. But the actual meeting was presided over, with 3 sessions presided over by Obama. The first took place about 2 hours. We broke up, then we went to another session for about another 2 hours, then we broke up. Then we went into the final section for a roundup. So it was all heads of state with their seconded person sitting behind. So it wasn't everybody that went. So you could have carried 100 people, but only
different meetings, different.
Because you're talking about 50 convoy. I mean, they can only carry a certain number of people. So people were restricted as to how many.
Yeah, no commuters in Washington have problems seeing a lot of African presidents.
Well, I think it happened that we most of the people were in the Washington area because they have to pick you up in the morning in the convoy, and the times were very strict, and they take you there, and then you participate, and then later on, what was always difficult was the time to draft the people, because you have 50 convoy to line them up.
I know.
By the time you get to, that's why I was a little bit off the time with the town hall meeting. Okay,
let's talk about the meet. You know, Europe and Africa has a very long history. You know of us, of course, that the Europeans were here in 1885. They met in Berlin to divide Africa. And now China is moving forward with an annual investment of over $200 billion here on the continent. America has been sitting all these years watching China making moves on the continent. With this summit, are we now seeing a competition or a rush to divide Africa among these 3 giants and global actors, as China, Europe, and of course the US?
You know, the whole idea is that the United States felt that they had easy markets in Latin America. They have the market that were very close to them, and so they didn't bother much about coming to Africa. I don't think the Africans are looking forward to be colonized again.
I mean, economically.
Well, I think this time around we're talking about investment. We're talking about partnership. We're talking about helping us with money to open our roads, to put power, because electricity is one of the biggest problems, the real obstacle to investment in Africa, and we in Liberia are very, very much aware of that. So Power Africa was when Obama visited Ghana and Tanzania and Kenya, and Senegal rather, and he promised that they will work with African countries to improve their capacity in electricity. And that Power Africa was the main source of discussion. But then again, you invest in Africa, you have to consider all the critical areas: peace, security, the basic things that Africa is noted for, like the mineral resources and also the agricultural potential. So all of these, everybody was presenting what they believe was critical to them, although we all agree that power was very much important, infrastructure improvement was critical, but it was the overall discussion on what will make the United States be able to work with Africans. But you will know that they are talking about investment that will also benefit the great United States, because it will create jobs there. Are you talking about power? You're talking
it's
about
mutual.
General Electric come in and invest in, and you're talking about $26 billion or of the kind. Most of that money will come in. Will create jobs in their home country too. So they are quite aware that while they talk about Africa, they're also talking about opening up opportunities for their own people.
On the overall, you think Africa is doing well with this relationship with China? You think we can afford leaving China to go to the U.S.?
I think one of the things that we always have to do is that when we're dealing with people, we must also know that our own interests come first. I sat in a meeting where the Chinese and I were talking, and they were talking about, they say, we do not invest in countries just for country's sake. We invest in countries for their resources. And I say, you are correct. We too, we partnership with people for what we can get in terms of technical knowledge and in terms of reward for the resources that we have. So your concern, our concern, they are all the same, in that we want to benefit our countries and our respective people. So it is the same that we look at the United States, as big as they are. It has to be an investment that will benefit our people, benefit our, they know that 60% of our society is young people, and we have the potential and we have the resources. So we are not going to encourage an investment that will not yield a lot to the sector of our people. So it is not the matter of coming and taking, it's the matter of putting money to be able to empower our people, to create opportunities for generation unborn to benefit from.
Okay, I sense a little bit that the U.S. is trying to grab Africa because Barack Obama, in an interview with The Economist, said, and I quote, he was trying to advise African leaders. He said, ensure that local workers benefit from the infrastructure projects, and that the roads shouldn't just lead from the mine to the port to Shanghai. And I think that's a smart reference to Chinese infrastructure on the continent, which has been criticized by some people as not being too good. So do you see any way whether the Americans are trying to tell you, leave China, come to us, we'll give you the best?
Well, I don't think that any country, anybody will come and invest in your country only because you are a beautiful country that they want you. you should know that investment wants to yield reward. We should be prepared to negotiate. I don't care whether it's America, I don't care who it is. At the end of the day, the resources that leave the country must show results that remain on the ground for themselves. So even with China, they might say the Chinese come, they bring their people, but we should be able to negotiate in the interest of our country. So I don't really care whether it's America, whether it's Germany. We have to know that at the end of it, when the resources are gone, these people will go and we have nothing to show. Okay. So we must be able to negotiate in the best interest of our country.
I think that's the point.
Mr. Vice President, you talk about commitment by the U.S. government, specifically in the energy sector. Well, when do we hope to see this these commitments coming to fruition? That's
a good question. And normally these discussions take place. You meet with the electricity companies that are willing to come on board. The discussions are over. We want to see the follow-up. That is, negotiations are already on the way. Like in Nigeria, they already have started investing there. We in Liberia too, there's an MOU signed already. So our ministers are there to do the follow-up. The president has already signed the MOU. So we need electricity, we need power, like say maybe 10 years ago. So we're not going to rest until we make sure that this becomes a reality in a short time.
And how much is being committed to the entire process? The energy sector?
Well, the energy sector is under the supervision of the Ministry of Lands and Mines, but it is not just left wholly and solely with the Ministry of Lands and Mines. We have to make sure that these things are followed up and that this time around we are on target with our negotiations.
Mr. Vice President, you had a meeting with George Soros and give us some outcome of this meeting.
What happened is that I went to George Soros and presented a paper on the extractive industries, how we in Liberia were committed to transparency and how we on record for being recognized as such, and how we were being we were reporting the income generated from the extractive industries, and with a few concern and participation of the public, how there's even a youth sector now that is interested in that. They have a club that goes through the knowledge of what the extractive industries are doing. And Josh is he has a foundation, OSIWA, that is responsible for monitoring the use of resources in a transparent way for the benefit of the country. And we made a presentation. I think he and I spoke, and I had another meeting I had to run to. So after I made my presentation, we left the papers, we left the hall. The discussions were going, and some of our ministers were sitting there, and I went to another meeting. But I think our paper was the only paper that was delivered there, and I believe it gave an insight as to what we were doing, and the discussions were what else could be done. I heard George Soros spoke mostly about investment in agriculture, which is always one of those things that I believe is the sure way to develop in this country, to open up opportunities. So I wasn't there for the full discussion after my presentation.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So basically, let's move to another point, which has to do with governance. Because no matter what happens, if the governance structure is not in a good outlook, it becomes a problem. Corruption, I'm talking about. Was there any discussion about transparency throughout these meetings?
All of those things came to play. I mean, the Americans had always referred to corruption as one of those reasons why there hadn't been much participation yet. Those issues were raised, but of course, I mean, people will always put up counter arguments, but it is true that corruption is a problem in Africa, like it is many other places, but we have to continue to fight with that. We have to continue to be transparent, because as you invite other people to invest, they want to make sure that their resources are going into the areas, that there are no kickbacks, that they don't have to get money under the table to be able to enter the market. So their concerns were raised, and we were inviting them to make sure that we all sit around the table and make sure that that happens, because corruption, as you will see it, may not only be on one side. They themselves, we have a lot of these NGOs that come here, and we still got to see how much money they put into this country, the quality of programs. I see a lot of wells. You see the signboards, you go there, they are dry. We all have to also make sure that they come to the table with their hands clean.
But that has to do with your monitoring capacity.
Well, of course.
As a government.
This is what we're talking about. So those that are responsible for monitoring, those that are beneficiaries of the program, they should be able to make sure that they get what is said to be there. It's a two-way thing.
You know, the reason that I push that point, you know, Africa is a good place to do business according to the numbers. 6 of the 10 biggest economy, fast-growing economies, are found on this continent. But yesterday, the living condition of the black man in Africa has not been able to improve. We just see the investors come, they get the resources, they go, and after several years, we're still at 0.0.
One of the questions I asked was that, what if you were to give money to a bank here, to give loan to somebody in Vanyama or maybe in Kawiki, and you tell them to do business? When you give this loan, there's no electricity, the roads are not good. How do you intend for them to use this money, generate profit, and be able to repay? The first thing here, take an investor who invests money here. The electricity bill alone wipes up the entire investment. What do you do? So why it is true that you talk about investment. One time I told Tony Blair, a group that came, I said, yeah, you might come and ask us what is happening, but why not go up country and find out what is happening? The first difficulty you have is getting there. So you must be able to go to those who are benefiting to see whether you are able to reach there to find out what they're doing with the money that you need. We need infrastructure. We need for the people up country to be rich, to be blessed with some electricity and things that will make business possible and investment to prosper and benefit them.
Do we have any follow-up mechanism for this conference? Because I understand there were no final communique.
Well, it certainly will come. This was a huge conference with a lot of details, with a lot of, as much as America is sophisticated, it would take a while to compile this report, and then it will deal with country to country. Maybe there will be an approach to how Power Africa will work, whether we work on a regional basis like we're doing. But again, you're talking about individual countries. We want it and we want it now. So those details will have to be worked out. It will take a while.
Mr. Vice President, you have gone to the United States at the time the outbreak of this deadly Ebola virus. Did you have the opportunity to talk to Barack Obama on the situation?
Well, the first thing is that he shook my hand and said, welcome, and we know that your country is going through a problem. The president could not come, but let me assure you that we'll work with you. Yeah. We talk with officials, the congressionals, we talk with some of the secretaries of state, like Linda, who used to be here. They came by the hotel. So the issues are known, and in fact, when I was coming on the plane, we already had the Center for Disease Control had already sent a team to come and do an assessment. So they know very well that the situation there is very critical. That's the first and foremost thing we have to tackle before we even talk about what's supposed to happen after that. So it is true that that we discuss with them at length.
Okay. This is also intended to have interaction with our people to ask you a question about the trip. So we're going to take a few calls. Then, of course, you can respond to some of the concern. Again, thank you very much for being here, Vice President Joseph Boyka. 0777-17-30-15.
0777-469793.
Okay, you can call to talk to your Vice President. Let me get this first one through. So we're going to take 5 calls. Valai Dole, good morning.
Good morning, Mamadi, and good morning, Honorable Vice President.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Honorable Vice President, I just want to give my own comment on this China-Africa relations and America's involvement with respect to, the trade, investment, and aid over the past of time. And I have some questions for you. One, the issue of China having solid foundation in terms of our infrastructure development are based on 2 things. One, our technicians or those that are supposed to serve as monitor and evaluator, they've not been able to have the technical know-how to tell the Chinese what we need. Both other countries in Africa, for example, in South Africa, in Kenya, in Zambia, the Chinese built very nice infrastructure there. But because people in the localities understand the theory, understand their technical know-how, at the end, they work with the Chinese in making sure that what they need in WA, it does not happen that way. We do not have to do with the technical know-how, and the Chinese will not build good things. Another thing what the Chinese do is the issue of our PPP, our purchasing power parity. We have a very low purchasing power. So the Chinese will be their tier of first-class material in our country based on our purchasing power. So you find these things all around. So the best thing we do in order to empower our people, we'll be able to educate them in all of the technical areas. So when you go in love with the Chinese on the table to discuss some of the infrastructure development, they will tell the Chinese, this is what we need, and we think this is the best thing for us. Now, my question to you, Honorable Vice President. You then following the final Africa relation, that is China-Africa Summit, and also the recent one you just had the first time with the African leader in America. Now, my question is, what are new elements that you learned from the America's present meeting with that of China? Because China, based on 3 principles that you know about, mutual understanding, win-win approach, and not interfering into internal politics. What are new things that you learn from the Washington's consensus as compared to the Beijing consensus?
Thank you.
God bless you.
So, and good morning.
You'd like to walk away from where you are, you come in to start. Good morning, you're live.
Thank you, Mr. Law.
Good morning.
By the way, this is Noah Zawukinson. I'm interested in this whole China intervention into Africa, and where they talked about sometimes building a structure here that should have been the second largest in the EU headquarters in Addis Ababa. That is the much talked about in the Syria complex. How far are we now? Because I'm a supporter of this government. I'm interested in seeing the best from this government as it relates to that. How far are we? Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Sir, and 0777-469793. Yeah.
Biancota.
Yeah, good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Vice President. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mayor.
Well, let me say welcome back to Liberia and congratulate you for ably representing the Republic of Liberia in the United States. Let me say that Ebola is not killing us, God forbid, but Ebola has increased the vulnerability of the already vulnerable people. are not moving, those who are not able to move in the state of emergency, those who life or livelihood have become extremely difficult, because many of us are not moving. Even those of us who are capable to move and help who need it, we too are not moving. So kindly look into this. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless our nation.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live.
Yeah, good morning, sir. My name is Redmond again. I call from Hotel Africa.
Go ahead, Ramon.
Okay, yeah. I'm not commend His Excellency, Mr. Bogart, for the level of hard work, even though he went to America, he came back. But one thing that ran on my mind this morning when I heard from you people saying that, even from being on the radio, saying that the vaccine will be given, but people should sign because they don't really trust the vaccine for people to take it, or the trust people to take it to be well on the virus issue. So I really want you to explain one of the
the minister we have. And good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Bowen, and I call from Kingsville.
Go ahead, Bowen.
I want to extend gratitude to the Vice President for ably representing us in the America. My question is, why has it been so difficult for our resources to really affect the lives of the common man in Liberia? What has that been our problem? How does our government now intend to resolve this problem should the Americans come to invest in our country, so that the investment will not be like Obama said, concessional relief, and to the country where it is designated.
I think your question is clear. What can we do to impact the lives of the people from our natural resources? Good morning, Pee Wee.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Vice President, and I was saying uncle. This is Mr. Pee Wee.
Okay.
Mr. Vice President, let me congratulate you first and foremost as to the way you compose yourself with the period of time as Vice President of our country. I would love to be a bit normal. I hope you give me the time to answer this.
You gotta be brief.
Just what came from the United States, the American African Summit. I think he was among one of leaders, African leaders per se. Mr. Vice President, if you were president of this country, between America and China, which side actually will you turn in terms of the two countries, which side will you tend to see as a strong partner to Liberia?
You answered that, but I think he talked about that earlier on. Good morning.
Good morning, Mama B. This is Augustine. I'm from the capital purpose.
Augustine, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Well, there's 2 points I actually question the Vice President that I want to highlight as in regard to this investment issue regarding our country.
Which issue?
As you may know, Liberia.
Which issue are you referring to?
Has up to hello.
Which issue?
Liberia currently has up to $16 billion investment for over 60 companies. And the Vice President has said many of these discussions are tied around impacting the over 60% young people population of our country. And looking from 2008 to now, many of the investments that have been done in our country has not actually taken over the needed human resource capacity that we need in our country, especially in line with employment. So I feel there's still need for further assessment in terms of investment portfolio. One of the things that we've seen is companies have started entering the concession of our government, and they do not have the capacity in terms of the investment portfolio or finances to come and invest. Many of them can go back to the World Trade Center to go check for additional investment and come back and what so forth.
Okay,
so I believe that
you've made a point. We have a lot of persons waiting to contribute. Wilfred Bangura.
Thank you, Mamadi. Good morning, and good morning to His Excellency the Vice President. Joining you from Kingsville. I got the Vice President quite right. He made a very serious point when he stated that nowadays in Africa, particularly Liberia, their government is no longer interested in who comes to invest here. What they are interested in is what are you going to leave behind in terms of the tangibles, the infrastructure, the impact that you will make on the population here. I see that as a dramatic paradigm shift, for which I want to congratulate the Vice President for. I believe that if this had been the policy of governments in Liberia, we would have been far ahead by now, but it's never too late. So, Mr. Vice President, we want to take our hats off to you. This is the way to begin. This is the right trajectory. So we want to support this government on that particular policy philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's it. You've had the time to talk to your Vice President. Mr. Vice President, you... Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Go ahead.
My name is Dr. Dugan.
Go ahead.
My question to the Vice President this morning, I give him congratulations for coming back from the national issue. My question to him this morning is that what plan, what mechanism the government will give so that when the investor comes, that will leave Liberia in, we'll have to shoot something. So this is what the complaint is. Okay. For instance, what happened in Lima, the citizens, some of them came up in complaint of what reflect. Some of them went on
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah.
You listen to your people.
Sure.
The questions. I think you're taking notes, so.
Well, I tried to.
Okay.
The first question, if I don't get all the points, maybe you can remind me.
Okay.
I think the question was the quality of work. When I went to China one time, I told the Chinese, when you come to Liberia, you're building a road. Don't say I'm building road for Liberia. I say I see your road. We want quality. And I tell you honestly, this is one thing I cannot compromise on. I don't see any reason why anybody should give us substandard work. And for example, I have interacted with the Minister of Commerce on many occasions. People think that when we get a padlock on your door for $5, they forget that sometimes you change that lock 6 times.
Yes.
You pay $30 plus workmanship. Why do you settle for something that is not quality? I think people who monitor the government, who work in the government, should understand that we deserve quality. Liberians have always settled for quality. And I can agree with them that we should be demanding that. Now, the other person talked about the ministerial complex. I think this ministerial complex has been a long-drawn concern. Where will be, when will they start? The Chinese have also been asking those questions. But I think where we are, I haven't consulted the Minister of Public Works. But I hate to be talking about one thing over and over and over. It is about time that they start. So we will be brief, because normally we get briefing sessions where we are told when different projects will start. We haven't done that. But I think the ministerial complex is everything that people are looking up to, even the Capitol building project. The last time I visited the the MVTC, that was progressing well, and I understand that around maybe September or so that might be turned over. So people want to see these projects, and they want to see them happen now. Talk about the Ebola. It's not killing Benyan Kotra, but you're talking about the vulnerable people. I couldn't agree with him more, because every Friday I have some of the blind fellows near my car. Probably this time they may not be able to move around. I think he had drawn our attention to a very, very important sector of our society, and I think we should be reaching out to them. There's a point well made, and even today I see some women that stand by the fish market I've taken some chlorine and some rice.
To them.
I'll be dropping that as I come from the place. I think these are the people that we need to cater to. Talk about why is it difficult for people who come to work here. How is it difficult to see some of the things that are done here, the investment and teaching the lives of our people? I want to believe that way back, the Arab world said, before the oil, nobody knew us, and after the oil, nobody will know us. People must always remember that when you have the resources, you have to make sure that they are used in the best interest of that country.
And that duty is imposed on you to lead
everything, because when you don't have it, there's nothing to show. And I think this is what all of us should come to government to make sure that our people's lives are touched with what happened to the country. And that's my belief, and this is what I've always been committed to. And it is not difficult for people to ask that we make sure that the things that happen in the country must touch the life. This is the reason why I've always believed in training our young people, preparing them so that they are capable. I will be one of those to say, this is about time that we send our young people in the best engineering schools, medical schools, for them to gain technical knowledge, and we've done that. You hear the story of a young man that I sent to China, who got his PhD in oil engineering. He's now with NOCAL.
Good.
And we've been doing a number of that, because at the end of the day, I don't care who comes here. They come here because of the benefit you have here. You have to train your own people for them to take over the economy, for them to take over the technology. You're not going to know how much oil you have unless a Liberian is involved. So these are the things that we should be doing. Which side to turn, whether it's the United States or China,
as president,
the only side to turn on is the side that gives the maximum benefit to this country. We don't care who you are, but we should negotiate in the best interest of our country. Whether it's China, whether it's the United States, that's what should be our...
Great. Mr. Vice President, I shall ask this question earlier. What are the composition of your delegation? Did you have anybody from the business community and the rest of them? At least to interact, saying it was a business and investment.
In this particular case, we have mostly people who were going to interact with the investors from the government side.
Okay.
I should probably know I didn't initially structure the delegation. The president should have gone, but because of this emergency, I was asked to go, and I tell you, it was the real last minute. So, but we believe that Minister of Land, Mines, the ministries that had to do with all these technical areas, they were all represented.
Mr. Vice President, this is a consensus all around the country. There are certain things every Liberian is very much sure about. That you are a very quiet Vice President, you are a very strong person. You've done your best so far. When you shall have ended this job, what do you want Liberia to remember you for?
It's a very good thing. You know, in all my life, I've always believed that whatever, whether I'm in a hotel somewhere, sitting down there, if it's a good hotel, I say, I wish this were in Liberia. I work in the agriculture sector. Had it not been for the war, you would have seen that our PMC left an indelible mark on the lives of the people. The cocoa farms that we made, the coffee farms, were benefiting people. I like to see that what we do can spread and touch the lives of our people, like somebody has said. I've always said, I consider life like you take a group picture, you put it on the bulletin board. People come and look at a picture. If their face is not fine, the picture is not fine. When people's lives are not touched, they don't believe anything has happened. This is what I would like to see. Touching the lives of people. See that during a certain period that you served, that their lives were transformed, that they too have something they can be proud of.
That is, you want it to be remembered for touching the lives of Liberians. And I'm sure you are on the right trajectory. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's how we bring down the curtain onto this presentation of the show. Thank to George Sir, thank to Mr. Kesadi for arranging this interaction with Liberia's Vice President. I have been Mamadi. Inshallah, I will be here tomorrow morning along with my friend and brother Solomon Ware, who wish you the best. Please, in everything you do today, remember that Ebola is raging and be careful.
Korean, Chinese. Just keep definitely and try them so that we don't forget you. Because sometimes forget, like eating your sometimes.
Yeah, I know. We are grateful. Thank you very much.
So why are you trying to do it?
We're talking about it. The days in the office complex, this is being used for studio. I think it's a permanent investment. People tell Mahmoud from Intel will bring you about the
In time was a restricted place. Now you can do what you want to do. All right.
Oh, we appreciate the comment. Thank you very much about
You're always welcome.
See you again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here. We are back here, and tomorrow is Friday. Thank God it's Friday tomorrow. All right, let's take our time to chit-chat a little bit. Let's take our time to chit-chat a little bit. Let's take our time to chit-chat here. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me here. Thank you, thank you. Let me take this short time. There will be some announcement here tonight, and there will be some discussion here. So please use this opportunity and share the video. There's going to be some announcement here today, and there's going to be other discussion here. All right, so let me see where I am now. Okay, I see myself right here. Let's go, Mr. Dabo here. All right, Mr. Dabo is right here. All right, Mr. Dabo is right here. All right. Mr. Randy is right here. Mr. Randy is here. Mr. Randy is here. All right. Hello there, hello there, hello there, hello there. Okay, share the video, folks. Please share the video. All right, let's see. Share the video, share the video, share the video. Share the video. Don't be afraid. Share the video. Don't be afraid. Share the video. Okay. I think they're sharing the video now. Don't be afraid. Share the video. Don't be afraid. Share the video. We're fighting a spiritual war. Don't be afraid. Share that video. Okay, let's see here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm here to just say a few things, and you are welcome to listen to me here. So please feel free to stick here and stay with me. Stick here and stay with me, all right? Something I want to say to everyone here today, so please feel free and stay here, all right? Yeah, Michael Devon, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So tonight, I just want to discuss the following things that are on my mind. This morning, those of you that followed me this morning, I spoke my mind, and I stand by my mind, because I believe in what I say are things that I know are the right things to do. All right? So those of you who follow me all the time, you're going to know my position that I stand. The COP in the CDC is something that I don't subscribe to. Yes, I do not subscribe to seeing the COP within the CPP. That is not right. That is not right. Yes, it is not right. See, to penetrate an enemy, it calls for a strategy. Let me say this again. To penetrate your enemy, it calls for a strategy. The opposition know very well that the CDC is a formidable party. that cannot be easily penetrated into. And because they cannot penetrate into it directly, they're going to find ways to befriend the CDC. That's going to be their first move. And then while doing so, they're going to recruit people within the party. They're not taking them out. They are not going to take them out. But they're going to send people to join them. And those people are going to make friends with them. And the friendship is going to be based on recruiting of power so they can hold them. If you are going against an enemy that you cannot defeat directly, one thing you do is to befriend them. And then when you befriend them, then you begin to recruit them. And when you recruit them, you want to live up to their pleasure, up to their expectation, things that they like. And then you start to give it to them. And then you start to make them to feel happy about themselves. That is what's happening in CDC today. Don't take my word for it. Just keep the video. Y'all know me. Y'all guys seen most of my video before in the past. But exactly what I'm telling you guys, by 2023, y'all will say Randy said it. And y'all will go for this video. And y'all will try to show it. So let me say this to you again. If your opponent cannot defeat you directly, he or she will come to you and befriend you. And when that friendship is connected, they will start to recruit friends while they are with you. And then one thing they will start to do, they will start to put in place measures that will give those people the opportunity to believe in themselves that indeed what is happening is the right thing to do. Let me move the camera over here. All right? The name COP. Does that name make sense to be part of CDC? Don't CDC have the youth wing? Why would somebody come from, can the Chinese bring their military name into the United States Army? Can the AFL come and join the US Army and open an AFL branch? Think about that. Think about that. Every organization like the CDC has its own culture, its own orientation. That when people come to join, they bring their names them outside and leave it right there. And they come inside. The name COP is not an affiliated name that has anything to do with CDC. This thing that is taking place right now in Liberia, you're taking for fun. I'm just going to tell you the story today. I'm just going to tell you the story. And those of you that are listening, if you have ears to hear, it's up to you. I'm not going to force you to listen. But the tension, the plan that is building on George Weah, I'm going to tell you how the plan is tonight. Take my word, leave it, it's up to you guys. We can bring all the story here, we can show all the videos here, but there are things that are taking place right now that I want you to understand. One, from the day Alexander Cummings said, I will make sure that George Weah become a one-term president, he's not joking about that. He is not joking about that. Alexander Cummings and the CPP plan is to ensure that the Weir administration, within the 5 working business day, don't have any peace in our city and in our country. They want to ensure that every little thing should be turned into a protest. That's from the party structure standpoint. Every little thing should be turned into a protest. There will be no negotiation. And the purpose for doing that is to discourage investors from coming to the country. And the way it works, they feed on the desperation of the people. They influence the people. And the Irishman, I don't understand, he thinks they are in their interest. That is the first strategy. That is their first strategy. To always make sure that whenever there is something that the government needs to negotiate about, that thing will turn into a protest. That is the CPP strategy. Is it working? Well, it's making progress. The second strategy, the first strategy is the civil society strategy, the civil servant strategy that is organized by the political party leaders. That is to enforce protests in the street every day. The second strategy is the communication aspect. Yes, the second strategy is the communication aspect. Yes, the second strategy is the communication aspect. How that work? You see Spoon TV? Those of you in America here, the biggest Republican TV channel is Fox News, right? Yes, it's Fox News. Donald Trump loves to go to Fox News because that station support him. And through our Fox News network, they are all over the country promoting the image of the Republican Party. Going in every little town, country town, linking up with every little radio station, and promoting the image of Fox News through, the Republican agenda through the Fox News, right? And with the texting now, Mr. Trump is texting all the time. Second strategy, but you're not seeing the big picture. Spoon TV. Spoon TV. A CDC is not careful. The way Spoon TV is moving, by 2022, CDC will catch hard time. Yes, CDC will catch hard time. It will give up a little bit of uphill battle to climb. Because Spoon TV is being used by the opposition under a dark cloud that you cannot see if you don't have that exquisite vision. That's how Spoon TV is being used. Don't take my word for it, though. Don't take my word for it. When Mother Douglas said Liberia was going to go in chaos, many people didn't take it for serious. All right? They took it for granted. They were not sure about it. So I'm just here telling you now. And I'm glad that I got video from the past where I said, oh, Mr. We will be president. And people not do anything. People used to doubt it. They seen it today, right? So I'm making a video again. I'm making a video. Spoon TV is a communication arm strategy for the opposition. But they are doing it in a very transparent but disguised form. That if you're not smart, you're not reading the math, you're not reading the calculus, you will not see it. You will not see it. Spoon TV has announced that they got Fabric FM, they got Hot FM. You know how I got popular in Liberia? I got popular in Liberia through Hot FM. Daniel Rogers. I used to get up in the morning, I used to be on Hot FM. And when I sing Hot FM, that I announced my support for George Weah. Spoon TV, they support the opposition. Their strategy here is, we should get most of the radio station and begin to broadcast. And secondly, we start to bring all the government officials to us so they can come and start to tell their story. And then we'll be asking them questions. How many of you guys listen to Jefferson Koji today? One of the reverend got and said, Minister Toy said, the president will be a dictator. That's a message to sending. Maybe you don't understand. There was nowhere, no time that Samuel 12 ever went over there or ever said the president should be a dictator. But they brought it back to make that out of an issue. Jefferson Koji came today and spoke about the Justino girl story. Next thing you know, the other medical Uber went up there and started to add a part of story to it. They got a lot of listeners today. They feel that the online participants are not their target. Spoon TV strategy is to get involved with the local radio station in Liberia and start to broadcast so that people on the ground who can vote will start to hear what they have to say. They're going to get Mosquero County. They're going to go to Grand Bassa County. They're going to go to Cape Ma. They're going to go to Banga. They're going to go to Ikepa. Then they start going to southeast. By the time you make up your mind, it will be too late. Hiya. One day I will say, Randy, you were right. And that day I will just cut off from Facebook and I will be gone. I will be gone. But I will prove it to you. If we're not careful, no God will sweep underneath us that when the time comes, it will be too late. It will be too late. You see, the sad thing about it, Jefferson Koji will get up and go and sit on Spoon TV and have interview. But those are all who come here every day and talk about the government. They don't care to come here and even say, hello, my man, thank you so much. That is the difference between the white man leadership and the typical African man leadership. I'm speaking my mind tonight. Yes, I am. And you can feel any way you want to feel. But these boys from the opposition, their goal is to make we are one-term president, and they're working towards it. Trust me, they are doing everything. Spoon TV, it will take charge of all the communication aspects. Don't they have Kiss FM in Liberia? Why Kiss FM cannot link with us? All right? Let me see what somebody say here. Who cares for your feelings? Okay. So, this one will be black now. All right? Yeah, the other man, who cares for your feelings? When you're making sense, who cares for your feelings? So that one is black. He's gone. We don't like to hear the truth. We don't like to hear the truth, folks. We don't like to hear the truth. Whether he belonged to Jefferson Koji, I don't know. The same thing when the rebel war was coming in Liberia, people are taking it for fun. See, there's one thing about we Liberian people. The illiteracy rate will continue to kill us. And that's why the Congo men will all be better than us in Liberia. Trust me. Yes, the Congo men will all be better than us in Liberia. Honestly speaking. Because they are together. They are together. Somebody come here and say something together. Oh, who cares about your feeling? Oh, no, now nobody cares for my feelings, right? Because I tell you, you got the truth now. So nobody cares for my feelings, right? You see how deceptive we are? You're telling them the truth. They don't want to listen. Then when something happens tomorrow, then they're ready to blame other people. Instead of saying, my man, the thing you're talking, let me try to understand you a little bit. But, oh no, who cares for your feeling? It's not my feeling, my friend. It is not my goddamn feeling. It's not my goddamn feeling. It is the feeling of the innocent people I'm trying to tell you. Because you are so limited that you don't even understand what I'm saying. But you guys are the one that will see the things happening before you believe it. That's how you guys are. These people are planning, they are planning, they are planning. There's nothing here about my feelings. It's nothing about my feeding. It's about how the country is going to be taken out of something in time to come. These people are planning. You got Jefferson Koji going on Spoon TV, but they will not come on other citizen show to say thank you. What are they trying to prove? Oh, that when you are opposition, then they come to you. So if I become an opposition tomorrow, will they come on my show? Is that why it is? See, that's why Fox News and the white people are very smarter than the black people. All the Republicans will go on Fox News to promote the agenda and will make them strong. But you get our public officials. That's why I give Minister Toy credit. Yes, I give Minister Toy credit. Minister Toy is a true leader. He believes in what support the government agenda, but not the other people. And I'm not going to give them any credence here. No, I'm not going to give them any credence. The only way I will give you credence is when you support your own. There's nothing wrong with you going on the other side, but you should support your own first. Just how you care for your children first before you care for other people's children. That's how it should be here. That's how it should be. And that's the truth. That is the truth. Take it or leave it. That is the truth. You cannot leave those who are promoting the agenda and going to sit on other channel and be talking and leaving out the other people who promote your interests. That is absolutely wrong. So Spoon TV, the strategy they're working on right now is Spoon TV continue like that. They will surprise us because by then, by 2022, they will have merged most of the local radio stations and it will become powerful. And the Kiss FM that just sitting over there, nobody supporting them to expand, they will be playing a catch-up game. And then their third strategy is blending in with the youth. You see, if you are going against an enemy, that you cannot defeat directly, you know what you're going to do? You're going to befriend that enemy as your first move. And then while you with them, you're going to what? Recruit most of them. And then begin to support things that will create their emotions. That's what they call controlling the dynamics. The COP is coming from across the street. They're coming into the CDC youth wing and creating another COP. Tell me, what is the purpose of doing that? What is the purpose of doing that? Can the AFL or Liberia come and join the U.S. Army and say, we're bringing the AFL into the U.S. Army? Every organization got their own culture. Every organization got their own culture. These guys, when they come, we should be able to teach them our value, our political value. If we want to have a youth wing, we got our youth wing. We shouldn't go and copy something and say this is our own. You can't do that. You can't do that. And that's where I stand for my principle. I can't do that. The same way they put when I copied the Constitution back then and took it to Liberia, and they could not even fix the Constitution of our country, all messed up today. How can an opposition group, COP, come within the CDC youth and create another COP? What's the purpose of doing that? We don't have brain. That somebody should kind of create a COP. What is the purpose of creating a COP, by the way? What are they going to do? So when the COP, director and the COP throwing stone, then our COP should go and throw stone? Is that why it is now? Is that why it is? I don't care you watch me, I don't give a damn. Honestly, I don't give a damn. But I have to tell you guys the truth. I have to tell you guys the truth. These guys are setting you up All right? These guys are setting you up. All right? They are setting you guys up. They say the way to keep your opponent motivated is to align with their interest. Yeah? The way to keep your opponent that you already enter into is to align with their interest and determine their cause and promote it. Young citizen in the party who looking for leadership, few handful of people come down, oh, let's create a COP. Oh yes, that's true. And they catch their interest. Yeah, we are the young CDC COP. And then the guy then say, bravo, our plan are working. How we making progress? We're pushing for protests, it's making progress. We just have our speech. We're going to make sure the election is delayed. We're going to push for that. We don't know whether it's going to be successful or not. We're going to push for that. We're going to make sure the healthcare workers continue to protest. We got Spoon TV. They now capture, how do you call it, Hot FM. They are capture Fabric. So we got voice on the ground now. We bring the official them, question them toughly, and then they will start to pull towards us. They will start to pull towards us, and then we'll start getting more. You see, Henry Costa is getting very unpopular now because he doesn't have a radio station on the ground. So the opposition now is going through Spoon TV to start capturing their voice. Again, you will say, who cares about your feeling? Only the American people care for my feelings because they know that I can see things from far off and begin to tell them, and they will listen. Not because of my color, but what I'm saying that makes sense to their ears. Henry Costa is going to a year now, doesn't have a radio station on the ground. Spoon TV, a newer guy, he know his online broadcast is not working for him. So he's now merging with Fabric, he's now merging with Hot FM, and he's going to spread his wings. And who you think he's targeting? Politically, politics deal with numbers. Numbers come by you influencing people, and influencing come by you bringing people on and humiliating them. And then the people get a win. It will come a time, Spoon TV will be the leading radio station on the ground and online because they are well coordinated. See, the opposition, they communicate with each other. They're communicating with each other. So their plan is just going in. How sure are you guys that their plan B, their plan C, where you see the COP is forming, young people that came from the COP, join today. Next thing you know, boom, they're coming up with COP in CDC. Do you have that analytical mind? Did you do high-level thinking? You know, you guys don't do that. Especially the guy high, yeah, black guy. He don't have that kind of mind. He doesn't have that kind of mind to think. This is a mind that they pay good money for. This is not just a mind that just go and clean poo-poo. This is a mind they pay good money for. When people say, look at the math, look at the calculus, and add it. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys here. Costa voice is not popular in Monrovia and Liberia anymore because he doesn't have a radio station. So they're using Spoon TV now and going with a strategic plan, merging with radio stations and getting their voices on the ground. That is their strategy. And then the plan C, the youth wing that just came. There is a saying that says the best way to keep people motivated who are your opponent after you blend in with them is to align yourself with their values, things that they like. They know there will be some young guys in the party that want to be part of their version of the COP. And they will get in there. Those guys are thinking far ahead of us because we are not communicating. So those guys are thinking. One day, I will say, Randy, you read, and that will be the day I will close my Facebook page and I will be done. And I will tell you, say, you know what, I'm a Liberian, but I don't think like Liberian. I'm one of the few that don't think like Liberians. These guys, look, I sit down and do critical analysis with mathematical equation, putting things here taking it here and taking it there. The first time I saw Smith Toby, you know what Smith Toby black mean? You ask Smith Toby today. And this is just an evidence or story. When Smith Toby used to broadcast on OKFM, it came a time I said Smith Toby was trying to get a job with the government. Smith Toby got out of his seat and went and blacked me. Today, where is Smith Toby today? Working for the government. Because I saw the math. I can see the thing and tell them. Yes, that is the gift that God gave me. Spoon TV, I have been telling you guys, Spoon TV is a opposition, but they are playing it very smart. They're playing it very smart. They know they need a population. And how can they draw the population to themselves? Is to bring the government official on their show and start to interview them. And then you see all the population will start listening to them now. And then it will become a bigger show now on the block. And then everybody will be going there. Then those are all the CDC side when we're talking, oh my man, Toy don't come on your show. Jefferson go on the other side. Then when they get the attention of the people now, that's when they will start to control the narrative. Do you think Jefferson Koji doing the right thing? Oh no, man, he's doing the right thing. But who is the man? The coming then will start coming now. But then it will be too late because they might already what? Systematically cover the entire geographic of major counties in our country. And now when they will say you got to do heavy lifting to catch up with you guys. That's why the people pay some of our good money in the country while engineering bring. Because we can see things and begin to do the matrix. Don't take my word for it because you Liberians, you don't believe in people. That's why we are one of the lower class or species on or among countries in the world because we don't trust our own. Yes, we don't trust our own. We don't trust our own. No. Look at the country. We don't trust our own. When a Liberian man comes here to tell you something, we don't trust our own. We ridicule each other. That's who we are. We don't trust our own. But you know what? I thank God that this video is not being recorded. You all saw my other video the other time, right? When I said, Joe, we are going to win and Joe, we are going to do the right thing. This is another history that I'm making here. If you all continue to make this slight mistake, when the guidance start to surface among you, that's the time I will say goodbye to you. That's the time I will say goodbye. Politics is about strategy. It's a political war, if you don't understand it. And it's about numbers. It's not like in America where they go by electoral college, setting number kind. Liberian politics is based on popular vote. Our people are very, very ignorant in terms of understanding things. And if we don't educate them, other people will buy into them. You guys know that Costa's voice is going down. So Costa is sitting there in the back now because he's very unpopular to the many Liberians that don't believe that he's the right guy. So they brought in a strange guy. But the strange guy is learning from Costa's mistake and they are systematically carrying out their plan. Carrying out their plan. Carrying out their plan. While you're there making that noise. Oh, ready that foolish man. Ready that this. It's the same thing when Noah was telling the people, God is about to turn the earth into a whole dam of water. People were there merrymaking. Oh, who cares? You're taking it for fun. You're taking it for fun. You don't know what's going on. You're taking it for fun. I'm not interested, right? Because number one, I don't cause people, man. I don't do. You see, all the negative people that on Facebook, in the government, they go on Spoon TV, Yeke Koluba, Costa. Then now you get the government official and going there now. Chavasin Koji going there now. By the time you go to all them start going there. Spoon TV will start. As soon as Spoon TV come on now, by the time you read 10 minutes, they go up to 2,000 and say, yes, we got the guys there now. We got them. The plan works. The plan works. And by the time they get any protest now in Liberia, Spoon TV will go and be showing the protests and be destroying the image of George Weah. And you see all the thousands of people watching. Then you'll have to come back now and go on Spoon TV again. Oh, you know, it doesn't work that way. They send Justin and Okan. Don't mind them. They are useless people. They are useless people. That is the game they're playing with you guys tonight. That's their game plan. But you will not believe it. Do you think I already sit with these books and behind me and I didn't crack my brain to think ahead of people? You know what Spoon TV, let me tell you what Spoon TV did to me. Spoon TV cannot allow me to make comment when there's show going on. That to how much they afraid Whenever Spoon TV is live, they block me from making comment. I can only watch. Because they know Spoon TV is not stupid. The guy that run the show, they sit down and look at everybody on Facebook and they say, that guy, don't let him make comment here. Because his comment will stir things up. Because we know him. They don't just, I mean, do you hear me insulting? No. But they know. They know what I'm capable of doing. Tara Dillon, the Costa page, now Spoon TV. Why do you think these guys are blocking me? Well, you don't see me insulting. But the very people who insulting people, mom, they can make comment there, right? You see the contradiction I'm trying to bring to your attention here? You guys are playing with a fire. If you ever watch any movie where, the example I give to people from our age group, if you watch Chinese Super Ninja, where the guy then took that girl in, she was serving them food, but she was drawing the entire facility. Drawing it. When the time came, she got it, she took that boy out and just sent it. They poked in and took over. By the time the men got ready, it was too late. The kingdom went down. The kingdom went down. You don't understand these things. Costa is not popular anymore. So they're using Spoon TV. You know what people buying more? I mean, look at Spoon TV coming up. They came out strictly out of being in opposition. And because they became opposition, they started bringing Akara's Girl. Akara's Girl, the first person that started promoting Spoon TV. He didn't like it own. You got freedom over there. Freedom should be able to go all over the 15 counties, asking people to be broadcasting in the vernaculars. How many people in the different part of our country can listen to what goes on in Moravia when it comes to rape? But Spoon TV guys, they will go beyond those areas. And they will steal the idea I'm telling you right now today. They will start to find people who can broadcast in the different vernaculars, Grable, Pele, and bring them on the show and start to discuss about what's happening. They will control the narrative. Let me tell you now, our government official, I'm not saying they shouldn't go on the show, but they should make it competitive. You got Fox News that support the Republican Party. You got MSNBC that support the Democratic Party. They can go on a show and they can come on the show and make it competitive. That way they put power. But if you allow them to just be bringing you into the corner, then they're going to control the dynamics. There is something called transformation, or to transform your ideas is to keep your opponent close to you. The way you keep your opponent close to you is to motivate them so they can align with their personal interest on your show. If you do that, then you will be controlling their narrative. They don't come on our shows. They don't come on our show. For those of you that agree with me, you just keep the video. That's all I ask. Keep the video. That's all I ask. Because you will go back to the video years to come, you say, damn it, that guy was damn right. And by that time, you might not find me around. I may be completely gone. Because the damage will be done. And I can't come out to control the damage. You see, the reason why they have preventive health care is for you to not get a sickness so it can get late for you to live long. In Liberia, because we don't have preventive health care, we don't think about preventative measures in our country. No. Liberia gets worse than my man is sick. By the time the sickness hits you, your likely chance for you to survive is like 2 or 100% because it's too late. You don't go to the hospital on a regular basis because there's nothing that prevents health care. And we apply those same logic into what we do. We see things because we support somebody personally. Why somebody say, oh, we don't say. But then when the damage comes out, oh, yes. You're listening to the report today, asking Jefferson Koji, that Samuel Toure said the president want to become a dictator. That man who called himself pastor. His purpose over there is to reiterate things that will resonate with other people. The more population they get, especially on the ground, that's the most dangerous part. I will tell you now, I will confess. Those guys gaining ground, gaining popularity on the ground by broadcasting through a local radio station, they're going to defeat my teaching on here. Yes, they're going to defeat it. Because the more radio station they get into the people now. They get into the core of the people. If they were all on Facebook, I would say, you know what? People in Liberia that don't have data, they will not listen to these guys. But these guys know that not all Liberians can afford phone data. to listen, but they can listen to the radio and hear people. That is the most dangerous part that will harm us if we're not playing well. There is still opportunity. We got Kiss FM. We got how they call it? We have Kiss FM. We can start to compete with them by opening other radio station, whether it's in River G, whether it's in Bukonjere, whether it's in Maryland. We can open other radio station. You see why I used to make Costa powerful? Costa became powerful because Costa used to be broadcasting radio Kwagere in Kagata, or radio this in Beaumont, radio this here. Costa was getting popular. But because he had a problem with his transmission, they shut him down. So now these guys are coming now. They're setting themselves. They're picking people. Mr. Twe, Jefferson Koji. Their target. And they want to be the icing on the cake. The day president will appear on that show. All other Facebook group that's supporting the president, case closed. There will be no more again. Because they already got the icing on the cake. That's it. That's it. Their target is to get Joe Weir on that show. A Joe Weir appear on that station. Case closed. Case closed. They will get the highest turn up. And that when now they will start to draw the Liberian people attention. Because there will be questions that will be asking Joe Weir to make them to remain on top. Many of you guys don't understand these things. And I don't blame you for these things because, number one, in America, you don't interact with people who got tons of ideas to teach you strategy. Number two, many of you guys don't go to the school where they teach you the ideas. So, because you see a Liberian man sitting here looking at you now, all you see is the Liberian face, you hear the Liberian voice. Oh, man. That's how we are. That's how we are. But I'm telling you real things here. All right? That is the trap. That is the trap. All right? That is the trap. Somebody say, yo, I for a broadcasting through opposition Joy FM. Thank you. Thank you. Now somebody is seeing something here. Thank you. They are strategically positioning themselves. That's what we call strategic planning. It is called population target. They are targeting population now. They are putting their foot down. Communists don't know what they're doing. They're distracting the executive leadership by putting in place number of protests. So the protests can generate attention. And when they get that attention, Spoon TV will be there to show it. And the way Spoon TV is building her popularity is by bringing in government officials to appear on their show so that Liberians can start to like their show. And they're going through the local radio station. So when there is a protest, Spoon TV will be there, making their picture big on Facebook. Then the people of Liberia throughout the country will be hearing what's going on in the country. Then our government will start to lose popularity. If the people on your side, it's powerful. Do you know what Donald Trump always tweeting? Said Donald Trump being in office. You know why he always tweeting? Because he's getting the attention of the American people. Yes. He's getting the attention of American people because he is not underestimated. Because in America, most people have access to data. So Donald Trump said, I'm not waiting for the media. If I can tweet, hey, Donald Trump tweet right now, I will get it. Because I subscribe to that. But in Liberia, because people don't have data, those guys are using the local radio station now. Everybody in the country got their own style radio station. They got some people favor Fabric. I used to broadcast through Fabric, through Radio LRB. I used to broadcast through Fabric. When President Givler was there, I broadcast through Fabric. I know exactly what I'm telling you because I've been there. Go and ask when that lady from Nigeria was the president or the CEO of Fabric. We used to broadcast through Fabric. When President used to have that late night show, all right, he was the godfather of late night show. I used to broadcast through them through Radio LRB. We used to be there. Then we turned around. Our president went to Hot FM. I was invited by Daniel Roger, and we're down there. So I know exactly what I'm telling you because I've been there and done that. That is excluding my own exclusive vision and mind to perceive things. But you're missing the mark. How much does it cost to open a radio station? I don't know. That's not my area of expertise, Nancy. That's my area of expertise. But the government on the ground, they got radio stations that support their ideology. Freedom FM is on the ground. Case FM is on it. Case FM has been a station that supported the government agenda for a very long time. But how many people go to Case FM? How many people know about Case FM? Not many people. I know that Case or King, I think one of them. I know King or Case FM. How many Liberians know about the station? These guys are plenty ahead of us, let me tell you now. And for any reason, when they put a dent into our parade, it will be our own doing. Because our own people promoting them. Our own people promoting. All the government officials from the Republican establishment, they will always go to Fox News to tell their people how they're doing. Most citizens will listen to citizens. Liberians are selfish when they are in their position. I agree with you, Kamara. Yes. I agree with you. That just tell me that some of them don't just care. Mr. Twerking went all around. Sat down on different CDC shows and you saw how the tenor came. Do you think they were doing it all the time? Coming and having the argument and saying things. And then when they go on the other side and then the opposition want to say something negative for them, we say, no. When these people were here, this is what they said. You guys are lying. Then it becomes competitive. It becomes competitive. Because what you saying over is not what the men said here. But they're not doing it. Our government official feel that buying the interest of the opposition is going to help them. But no. Let me tell you one thing. What the opposition doing to you guys is very deadly. All right? What they're doing to you guys is very deadly. They say the best way to manipulate your opponent emotion is to define the nature of your opponent relationship. And once you do that, you will use them by giving them the impression of things that they like. That's what they're doing to you guys. That's exactly what they're doing to you guys. So you sit there, and oh, the man, why ain't talking that they good? Those guys are playing the smart. Those boys tested power for 133 years. They're learning by the day. They're seeing things. The reason they blacking guys like me is because they know when I start to expose them, what took Smith to go to the Providence Island today on a video clip. Because they're seeing the kind of video I'm showing. But they don't want to come and say, you know what, let us come. And all we're asking for is for them to bring the information to us. Many times we also ask that we get airtime in Liberia, Saturday morning, Sunday in the evening. Now one radio station will come from Liberia and say, my man, we want to give you one weekend to come and broadcast and teach our people. All we're doing is just teaching few of you guys in America here. That is not an impact. The impact is on the ground by you influencing the people and giving them the sense of what has happened. Do you think all the video I'm showing, if that were being shown in Liberia, you know how many mind you'll be changing? You know how many perception you'll be changing when Alexander coming and talking and know exactly what the video you saw about that other man yesterday who left from here after working as some kind of taxpayer member want to go be president in Liberia. You think if the people of Liberia start to see the video, how you think they're going to consider the people? Education is not only in the classroom, folks. They got public education out there, street education, where you can teach people to be enlightened. But that's the challenge we have, folks. That's the challenge we have. I cannot help it. But when I tell you, God, what I think, I cannot help it. We have decided to license and relicense or permit and re-permit from year to year illiteracy. We're not willing to learn. We are not willing to learn. We are not willing to learn. We are not willing to move the goalpost to a better location. We're not willing to learn. That's us. We're not willing to learn. I mean, see how much we do on this Sunday here. Now, one person will come and say, my man here, let me stay on the show here and say hi to you guys. I cannot connect. Okay, I can connect you with Send TV if you want. I mean, the opportunity is open to you guys. All right? The opportunity is open to you guys. Whatever you feel that would be the best thing to propagate the government agenda. That's what we want. The very video, you can send that video. Somebody will go and watch it. As long as the message is making sense to you, think about it being a bigger picture. The reason people build network, all the companies you see today, whether it's Chevron, GE, Apple, why do you think they get connection all over the world? Because they feel that they will grow their profit by expanding their business. politics, the more radio station you get that broadcast locally in the country, the better position you will be in. The better position you will be in. Don't feel because you're in power, you got a little thing around you. No. There are other people who planning to get rid of you. And they will do it in a very systemic way. Yes, they will do it in a very systemic way if they want to get rid of you. All right? When you are ready to take down an opponent, they will keep the pressure up on all sides. And that's exactly what Bernard Ewing is doing. Maybe you're not hearing it again. When your opponent is ready to take you down, they will keep the pressure on all sides. You seen the protests? You seen the COP trying to establish itself within the youth rank? They want to create pressure to go against the other people. That's why it is. That's why it is. We was going to open Send TV USA, but I was relocating, so they told the owner in Liberia to put it on hold. Why would it work for you guys? Why would it work for you guys? But we got to make sure we do our best. Because two things will happen. Is if Spoon TV managed to control most of the radio stations to get their messages across, we'll have to do heavy lifting to catch up with them. And they will also increase the speed. They will put a turbo engine where they will increase the speed. So we'll be chasing them. And there's a possibility that they can win. You got to get the people's mind. Because one thing they know about the native man, they start giving all rights. They start giving all some little things. They win the people's minds. By the time you want to go convince them, it's too late. Because they'll ask you, what have you done? And that question alone will go to the poll. People's minds are not well measured in understanding the long risks that things may pose. So I just thought it wise to come and have the conversation here with you guys. That's why it is. Sometimes we got to have the in-house meeting. What strategy is going out there? What strategy is going out there? When you're in politics, it's a game that you play every day. Yes, because the opposition will create a trap for you by playing to your expectation and causing you to let your guard down while they are planning to hit against you. That's what they will do. That's exactly what they will do. So, don't take my word for it. I'm just telling you guys now. I'm just being honest with you guys. The only way we can start to gain momentum, the government officials need to recognize what we're doing. They need to appear on our show, tell us about their progress, tell us about their agenda, tell us what they're doing. That will motivate the people, because the people will go out there and say, yes, we watched this show, that support the government, and the minister then appear on the shows. All right? The other man, somebody here can see a gill. Let me see what the person say. Let me see who the other person, let me show you the here. All right? This guy right here. Yes, I saw the guy. You're right, Vivian. I saw this guy. You see the guy? The moment Jefferson Koji got off, that Spoon TV, this guy came and started to modify, add more mud to the comment that Jefferson Koji made about Justino Taylor. This guy, I don't regard the guy because the guy is a travelist, and you know, he's a travelist. I don't know how he joined the army in America. Maybe he was hiding that behavior. But he came and started to castigate, tarnish the young man's reputation. Because that's exactly what Spoon TV is all about. Spoon TV will bring the government official and they will take something from there and spin it, and then the other people will run with it on their show. They will run with it on the show. Those guys, they are on their mission to do everything possible. And from what I'm seeing, looking at the map, looking at the prediction, they are doing extremely well. The president spoke about progress? Yes. So the opposition communication arm, they are doing well. Because if they can pull our government official to go on their show to talk a lot, they're doing well. Many citizens, Prince Sharif, Gilmer, and others, the guy will talk from Monday to Saturday. Now one government official will come on the show and say thank you. Now one. So what the effort mean? Because they are the one who move things. When they move, people move with them. So if they redirecting their energy to the opposition station, so that's where the energy will go. So why would you want to waste time and come on Facebook and be talking to you guys when you're not even getting the motivation? When you're not getting the motivation. All right? That same guy want to, he want to marry the woman. That's what he said. I mean, I hate personal affair. I don't really care for whether he want to marry the woman or not. But I just saying that Jefferson Kuji and other government officials continue to go on the show, they're going to open themselves to a lot of vulnerabilities that the guy will use against them. They will use it against them. Spoon TV is phishing. There's something in technology called phishing. So now you on your computer, you see the email that comes to you, tell it came from your boss or from your wife. By the time you click on it, they expose you, they tap into your computer. That's exactly what Spoon TV is doing. They are phishing. They are fishing for the government officials and bringing them on that show and asking them some questions to see whether they will slip up, and then they will keep the video. That's what they will do. Yes, that's exactly what they will do. Who's selling diplomatic passport? I need one. All right? Diplomatic passport, if you want to go anywhere, go get it. We're not selling passport here. Passport can be sold all over. Eddie Hall, let me see here. Speaking of diplomatic passport here. All right, let me see here. What's up, Hassan? What's up, Hassan? Let me see something here. Hold on here. Let me see if I can get it searched here. Okay, yeah, let's see here. This is the United States, U.S. influx on Liberia, New York. Okay, let's see. I was trying to find something here, but excuse me, I don't think I'll be able to find it here now. I mean, think for example, okay, good. So, as I was saying, these guys are working against us seriously. And the government officials, some of them, are promoting these guys. You cannot have people talking for you guys, and you're going to them, and you're giving them all the support. Never saw that before in politics. Never saw that. It's like people who are government officials in the Trump administration going on CNN and having the conversation all the time, but never appear on Fox News. Never saw anything like that before. Yes. So what you heard here tonight, it was just a warning. It was just a warning. Because I have been following the trail. I have seen Spoon TV going with Yaka Koluba using all type of profanity against the president. They're embracing it. They're not stopping. They're not stopping because they know the population in Liberia is polluted. It's polluted with people with nasty minds. Yes, it's polluted. So they love those things. So they will not put any ethical standard to it because that's what they love to hear. They will continue to do things. All right? Which one people not ready again? Those are the people they support. Those are the people they support. So if you are a government official and you're going to Spoon TV, there is nothing wrong with you going there. but you must learn to support your own. You should learn to appear on the different shows that support the government and talk about the things that you're doing. Talk about your plan, the plan progress, the plan targets. Let those who support you get to hear from you on any medium here. But you can't take your whole time and go sit over there. I'm not talking about the Liberian people. For me, I'm not talking about the Liberian people. I'm not talking about myself. Because right now, when I finish from here, I'm going to have fun time with myself. I'm not talking about the people back there. Because I know one day, government officials will fall off the cliff and it will come down. That season will dry. Any officials that were enjoying 12 years ago, right? Where are they today? They're down today. Two officials that were enjoying almost 40 years ago. Where are they today? They're down. Same way with we are government officials. Everyone that in the we are government today, you guys are having fun. But when I talk in your drop, what are you going to be saying now? When you meet some of us here. My man, how you manage? You're hiding thing, how you manage? Are you going to say, oh, Mr. We are not listening? Or are you going to say they men were controlling this? Is it going to be the same repeated something again? That's how it is. All right? So I want to hear to tell the story. All right? Somebody said, so are you suggesting that government officials should not go on opposition channel? Look, Mr. LIB Botuman, LIB got you. You said something yesterday again. This time today, I'm going to block you. Yes. LIB got you way, you're going to be black tonight. Because you cannot learn from the past. As an engineer, I don't take repeated mistake easily. You came on the show yesterday, and yeah, much I appreciate you, but you have a learning disability, and I cannot help you. You had a learning disability. You just got here, and haven't listened to me. Now you say, oh, are you suggesting? Instead of you listening to me. From the beginning of the show, I said, I don't disagree that it should not go on opposition, but it should start with us first. And I just repeated that again, and now you're asking the question here again. You know, you are a very lucky guy. Yes, LIB got you. You're very lucky. The star you were born on a knee, it's a very, very lucky star. Tell your mom, tell your dad, tell God, thank you. But there's something that keep telling me not to block you. So you're a very, very lucky man. All right? Very, very lucky. Keep that luck with you, my friend. You're a very lucky guy. Because there's something that's telling me that I cannot even move my finger to block you. You're a very lucky person. Yes. You're a very lucky person. You're a very, very lucky person. You sure you were on the show yesterday? Is that somebody else I was talking about? I think you were on the show yesterday, my friend. You were on the show yesterday. LIB got you. You were on the show yesterday. Go watch the show yesterday. You were here yesterday. All right, have you seen this video, Randy? Please listen what this guy sounds like. Bill, I don't listen to this guy, Bill. I don't listen to this guy, Bill. I don't listen to this guy. Yeah, I'm too intelligent to listen to this guy. No. I don't listen to this guy. I'm not even going to show him on the camera here. I don't listen to this guy. Yes, this guy is below my standards in every capacity. I'm not going to listen to him. No, I don't listen to him. So that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. They need to start to support their own. Bring the policy. The finance minister started that process. But it seems to be that they are not interested in doing these things. But what I'm telling you that these guys are planning, and they are planning very, very strategically. They know exactly what they're doing. All right? So, guys, I will take a few calls, and I will be going. If you want to come in, please. I'll take 3 people, and I'll be out of here. All right? I'll take 3 people, and I'll be out of here. All right? I was on 2 days ago. Okay, if you're on 2 days ago, but I seen that you made a mistake again, bro. 2 days ago, then it's the day you made that mistake. Yeah, it was the day you made that mistake. Now you come back again, you fall in yourself that same mistake. Oh, there you go again. Yeah, Donald Trump, Donald Trump just tweeted again, all right? All right? See, Donald Trump is very engaged with the people because he knows social media in America is very big. All right? Let me take this caller here, and you guys should know exactly. So this is my first caller out of 3. This is so. Let's see how that works. First caller out of 3.
Hello?
Oh, that's my man here again. What's up, my
Yeah,
man?
I was the one that was letting you know that I can connect you with Send TV.
I don't know how good that would be, but I want for everyone who broadcasts, maybe that you could say, for example, once you start the process, others will follow your lead. So I could agree with you on that. Yeah, so that opportunity, I look forward to you making that out because I want to make sure that this Spoon TV gets some competition from here and from the government standpoint.
Okay.
So I appreciate that effort.
Okay.
All right, I will appreciate that effort. I will get back to the other guys in here and see what can be done. But preferably for me, I would rather do Sunday evening or Saturday afternoon. But Sunday evening would be a very perfect time for me. Sunday evening, I don't know how the studio run over. Do they sleep in the studio? Because Sunday evening, maybe like 6, 7, most people are home relaxing. And then you can start to, broadcast because I think most people relaxing at home. And then maybe during the weekdays, we can find one day when people are at work to continue to get the message across because that's my goal. There's one guy who is leaving from the United States. He called me up and said, are we going to Liberia? I'm going to open a public center where they will be broadcasting from. So he wants me, whenever he's running that show during the week, where I can get in there and just begin to talk to the young people, explain things to them. So that's something he's working on too.
Okay, because
so what you got to say?
Because Sam TV in Liberia is pretty big. So right when I heard you talking about it, the man that owns Sam TV, he's some kind of big guy in CDC over there. So I contacted him right away, and he told me, he says, so long I make the recommendation, he all for it. So he just want me. So he told me that if you can send me your number and I will send it to him, or either vice versa. He's willing to have the conversation because we were going to open up CNTV USA. I bought the equipment, I bought the software and everything, but I'm relocating from New Jersey to all the way down to Texas. So everything will put to standstill. But I still got the software, very nice, expensive software. So I mean, everything is there. We just need someone in America that can, that is willing or having the time to, to broadcast and present the factual information to the Liberian people. And I think with your expertise and the amount of information that you have, I think you would be the right guy. And just as soon as you said it.
Yeah, but let me say this. Let me say this. The software you're talking about, that's fine with me because I won't have that opportunity before, but I turned it down because I'm very busy. What I would like to see myself doing, like if my show is on, someone cast my show in Liberia and I do my talking. If that would require me to have the software installed on my computer, I don't mind doing that. But I don't want to be on our big set. No, that's not my style.
Oh, no.
No, that's not my style. No. So yeah, I don't want to be somewhere. I just want, if I'm on, somebody say, Randy, yeah, we can connect your show to the audience back home. Perfect. That's all I want.
Oh, okay.
That's all I want. So yeah, that's all I want. So it's Sam TV, got the studio, and say, look, because right now, not Fabric, but Freedom can connect me, and I can start to broadcast. Like when I get on Freedom show every evening, I just connect to the show. We had a conversation on the radio. People calling the show. Oh, we're ready here. We are my analysis. That's something that I'm looking for. If they want to take it to the next level, where they say, okay, when you broadcast it, we can show the video in Liberia for those who got Facebook to see you. Because I believe the people on the ground who don't have access to data, to burn data, those are my primary targets. And that's the target that Spoon TV is going on. See, many of the guys, they don't understand the logic. And, they don't understand the logic either because they are not school. So they will come, oh, man, talking crap. And those are the opposition guys that want to, distract you from your agenda. But I want to make sure that my people, the Silesians, level-headed Liberians that want to see a better country that will be very competitive with ideas, they are the ones that I am targeting. And they are the one that I'm trying to bring the idea to when I say that Spoon TV is on a mission to map out most of the local radio stations.
Yes.
That's their plan. Yeah. And if they do that, President Weah will catch hard
You're right.
Because the fact that they're bringing their official on their show is put us in a very bad position. That they're telling us that you guys even work. We're bringing your guys in here and we're asking them all the questions. Some of the questions are not making sense. And then you see everybody will start floating to that station and they will dictate the process. If you allow somebody to dictate the process, they control it.
Yes.
And and that's why I don't want to see. And I just hope that the guy will listen. And maybe I know they don't care. Maybe they're like, oh man, we got enough now, man. If we lose, who cares? I mean, sometimes you can tell my reaction.
Yeah, you're right.
Because people that mean business will do the best. People that mean business will do the best. I mean, you see the election here today. Joe Biden is going in every corner, every little phone, your old email. They're still reaching out to you because they need people on their side. They need for soldiers. They need everybody. But there's just something fundamentally wrong with some of the government officials. You saw the finance minister, he did an extremely good job. Came on most of our network. When he got done, then he went to the opposition side. That means that we have a balanced airtime where he came on our show, but somebody got, no, I don't know, I think some of the guys in the government, let me be frank here, some of the guys in the government feel very, they have that kind of inferiority complex where they feel that they are obligated to go to this guy station to prove some point. But to us in America, yeah, it's both crap. And it's both crap. So I don't know, but I try to wrap my head around that. But I mean, let me just give you the floor to have your say.
Yeah,
I love the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't really call to say anything. I just really called to let you know. But I will inbox you after the show, and I think that would be I think that is a great idea. The opposition, they have an idea to take over and spread out false rumors out there to our people. And I think CDC, we should have a platform as well in Liberia and America where that we can also have broadcasters every day that will be able to go on there and give the factual information to debunk all of the lies that were told by the opposition camp. And I think that is a brilliant idea. If some of the government officials then, if they don't see it, I really don't know. Maybe it's just the ego. These guys are very egoistic. They once they get into power, then they get blind. So I mean, I will connect you with him, and then y'all can take it from there, and you just let him know.
What you can do for me is you can go on my page, send you some of my video, let you get to see the content of what I have been talking about, especially the most recent one yesterday, the day before yesterday. Share the one with him, and then the next thing you do is to share the information. Because I'm not just looking out for that publicity only for myself. No. I want Prince Sharif, I want Michael Gilman, every one of us to have that opportunity to be able to compete with these guys. If that guy would be a person to provide that opportunity, that would be a blessing for the government. All right, that would be a blessing because those who are the pioneers of things that happen will not be the one to benefit. Dr. King, today, you and myself in America here fighting for the kind of rights, they started it. If you cause one person to give an opportunity so that the government official can benefit, people will know that we did it. say, you are breaking in. I didn't get you.
I'm not gonna say his name here. You know him as well. Yeah, yeah, you know him as well too. Once I say his name to you and identify him, you will know who he is as well. He has his family live in Philadelphia, but he always in Liberia. So yeah, so I mean he liked the idea. He just want to talk to you, and that's it. And then I think he follow your show as well, so he know who you are. So he just want to talk to,
Okay.
yeah, he just want to talk to you so you can explain to him what you want to do, and he will provide you the opportunity. Because I'm making that recommendation.
I just want to inform the Liberian people. I just need competition. I love
I
competition.
know, man. I can see that.
Whatever the opposition doing over
You're
there,
right.
I want the people to know. Yeah, and I want to take it to the next level. I want to even see different radio station in my own place of River G. They got the G radio station there. If I can get an opportunity to broadcast from here to River G and tell the people exactly what the president is doing, that would make my day. Because the people got to get the truth. But these guys on the ground, I don't know, it's just something just wrong with them. And I don't know whether,
That is
if you ask me honestly, I don't think they love the country. And I don't think they love the
that
president's
is the
agenda.
Liberian.
That's my own opinion. I don't think they love the country. I don't think they love the country. They love the president's agenda. Because if you love the president's agenda, when you hear people promoting stuff, you will be quick to reach there and say, my man, how can I afford you the opportunity? But I just think they are giving the president lip service, but they're not really looking out for the president because their action, their behavior can tell
You're right.
you whether they buy into the president's idea. It is one thing to work for somebody and get your paycheck. It's another thing to subscribe to the person and result.
Yes,
Two different things.
you're right. And at that high level, where like press, we have he at certain level where that he's so busy, and he having lots of conversation with other world leaders and things of that nature. So he expect these guys around him to be doing the right thing. So whatever information they take to him verbally, he just takes it as it's factual information, and these guys are doing the right thing, but probably they're really not doing the right thing.
Of course, and one thing they fail to realize and they're trying to underestimate. You see, during the early era, when Liberians got on Facebook, there was nothing like Facebook Live. Only in the last year of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, it was when Facebook started getting popular within the Liberian community, but Ellen was already done with her term.
Yes.
But this administration is living in the preliminary stage of Facebook. And at the preliminary stage, there is a lot of technology that is being pumped in different ways. So if the government official believe in themselves that, oh, we got this thing covered, they got to think again, because technology is very, very powerful. And Spoon TV will use it to their advantage.
Yep. And I brought the same idea back then on the Classic D show. I took Classic D. I said, look, you see in America, you see the reason why Donald Trump is not losing ground. I said, because Donald Trump, he's very consistent. Okay, he keep touch with his voters. He keep touch with his base. Even as a president, he going out, still hosting rally. He's still hosting rally. He's still informing the people. The people, sometimes the people here, they will hear from the press secretary, but the person that they voted for, that's the person they want to hear from a lot too as well. And I said, that's the reason why Donald Trump is not losing any base of supporters. And I said, I told myself, the CDC government need to have a platform where that constant conversations, information being put out at all times to keep the public informed. So when these guys come up with
and another thing here too is, I mean, and to those who listen to us here, I love the conversation. If you want to participate, that's fine. Another weakness too And the reason I'm having the conversation is because nobody out there want to reach to me. If the mountain not kind of Moses got to go out there and look for the mountain. So that's what I'm saying. Another thing they need to establish in the government is some form of think tank. Citizens are very smart people. They have a lot of smart citizens across the face of the planet. But it wouldn't take someone from home or someone who would be designated by the government to say, bring these people together. You see, when Bill Clinton was president, there's a guy used to call Paul Bagada. They got our own ABC News now. They call what's his name, man? The guy with the wild face here. I just forgot
I don't
his
watch
name.
TV, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just forgot his name. I watch the news. I keep myself informed. Trust me, I keep myself informed.
I don't watch TV.
I keep myself informed. I don't want to come across anything. Yes, it was back then when I was in school that when I never to watch TV. But nowadays, I keep myself informed, man. Information is very relevant in this DNA here. I mean, the age we live in here. I just forgot his name. All right, but these guys, they were Bill Clinton war room guys. When one issue come out, the next morning on across all the network, those guys will go from one place to another to debunk everything that will be said of Bill Clinton character or Bill Clinton policy. And they were all part of the policy team. So they were tapping into their knowledge. CDC need to have these things. But I don't know what you guys are afraid of. I don't know whether they think when they open up other people to jobs, we are going to take jobs from them. Some Liberians here don't want jobs. They just want to see this president succeeding. They got the idea, and to give it to these guys. But the ability to connect is one of the deficiencies they have, and this has nothing to do with criticism. If a criticism make you tougher, all right, criticism make you tougher. All the tablets you take, not all sweet. Some of it better to make your body better. So criticism is another way, but it depends on how you criticize. You should criticize with some passion. And that's what we're doing here. We want the government to succeed, but for the government to succeed, we need their support. We need their support. These guys you see on Fox News, CNN, when they come with the papers in their hands, they're not writing those things by themselves. They're getting these things from different areas of the government. Say, this is our policy, this is our plan, this is what we're doing. Go out and go tell the people. But for this government, it's a very, very challenging battle. Very, very challenging battle. The president get up in the morning, he got a very tight schedule. Yeah. When that president get out of his bed, when he get out of the bed, his whole itinerary from the time he hit the office to the sunset, he's exhausted, he's tired. Yes. So it's very difficult for him to watch some of these shows. But these guys who brief the president, who watch this show, they become tired when they're with the president. All they want the president to do is to take what they're giving the president.
That's it.
That's very bad.
That's it. Yep.
That is very bad. And that is very, very bad. They should open up the president and say, Mr. President, here, I heard a guy saying something here. You want to listen to it here? Just for 5 minutes. This part is very important. They're not doing those things. Then when the opposition get ready, then they want to come and play the role as information minister, defense minister. That is not your role. Your role is to disseminate the information to those that are out here so they can do the talking for you guys.
Yep.
They will always wait that many time before they want to come and talk. That is the deficiency of some of the ministers in the government, ability to make the president better. The president hire you guys to have authority. That authority should be shown in how you connect to do things. Let me give you the last one.
Yeah, and yeah, right before I go. And I love the way how Summer 12 went on Spoon TV and really school these guys to the information. And some of these guys was trying, they were throwing tough questions at him. But you know what? He is so well informed about the issues, and he know his job very well, that every question were being answered correctly. And I mean, you could see all of the opposition, and they was muted because it was like this guy, he was like a guru at what he does. and he was
Yeah.
just giving out the information, and I was like, wow, why is that? If you guys was gonna do this from the beginning to now, they were gonna make you guys' job easy. They were gonna make your job easy. The Jada Hasho job easy. The Prince Sherry job easy. The Classic D job easy. What's the other lady name? All these other people.
This
Yeah,
Rose,
all these other and plus all of the
Precious,
females that
Collie.
also be on Facebook Live, because there are a lot of information that he was giving out that nobody don't even know about, and those information it was it was very key, and everyone on Spoon TV. I mean, like, you could just look at the faces. These guys was in the shock. They were shocked. There was a wow. We didn't even know that this kid or this guy, he is well knowledgeable about the information. He knows what he's doing. He knows his job, and he's a smart guy. And I watched that entire show, and I was really pleased with what he did. And these are kind of things that everybody should be doing, because if you know your job and you well informed about the issue, you will not be scared. Okay, you will speak with
Yep.
confidence, and and that's just what he did. So thanks for everything that he does, man. I will connect you with the guy, but my
Yes, we need to compete. We need to take the competition beyond Facebook.
neutral.
We can't keep living in
Yeah,
cyberspace.
yeah.
Yes. Thank you so
Let me
much.
get it. My girlfriend text me 20 times. I gotta go.
My man, let me let you go before I get in trouble. I mean, I'm going to go talk for one minute. I'll let you go. I'll let you go. I know society. I'm now a marital counselor. All right, let me see what it says. They got, let me see here. Okay, so sit down, say they got the president in a bubble. President, we are needs to give the first lady a different role to check on this guy. Yes, I mean, whatever way it takes, because the opposition, we need to outsmart them in every way and shape and form. And we can do all the talking on Facebook here, but if we don't engage the people on the ground, it's going to be an uphill battle to fight, because the opposition themselves, they are already landed on the ground. They are now finding their way to the different radio station, and they can do a lot of strong damage on the ground. Yes, they can do a lot of damages on the ground. They get on the ground. They can do a lot of damage on the ground. All right. But Randy, to think it is power drunk or power confused. And let me see here. Mike say, hi, Mr. Dapo. I think it is better for the government official to do more clarity on the opposition show in order. Look, let me tell you one thing, Mr. What his name here? Mike B. Smith. If you think the opposition will accept everything the government going to take, then you don't understand politics. All right? I agree with you to a point, but let me make this clear to you. Do you think the opposition, their goal is to listen to what we are going to say and say we're okay with that? Then you now understand the full length of politics. Mr. We are can even go over there and they put 10 us down and find nothing on him, they will not feel satisfied. Their goal is to get him all that here so they can sit down there. That politics. So they can go to all these stations and go and explain. It's not going to change anything. And I'm not against that. I want you to understand. I said, apparently, just getting here. I'm not against the opposition going. And if you just started the show, Max B. Sumo, I would suggest that you watch the show from the beginning, because I cannot go back to start from where I started to where I am now. But just to put it in a nutshell, I'm not saying that no government official should appear on any level. I'm saying they should first promote their own. They should follow the example of Minister Samuel Tuet. I came across all the major talk shows that promoting the agenda of the government. And he came and explained exactly what his role have been and continue to be, and his expectation, challenges, and stuff. Then you can cross over to the other people. That have been my appeal. The second appeal to the government official is when we are discussing issues such as the issue of the protest. If there's any public information, any information document that is for the public use. Today we live in a technology world. You can text somebody and say, I got this information. Would you mind helping us to explain this? And we can do that for them. But they must own their own. If you live in America here, most of the public officials from the Republican side, they go on Fox News, they express themselves, few of them go across other networks. That's how they need to keep that. That's how they need to keep those things. You should start with your own. You should start with your own. Max, you have to train your children first. Max, Sumo, you have to train your children first before you start going out of the train other people's children. Because by then you will know exactly how you can balance yourself. That's what I'm saying here. We don't see the government official then appearing on any of the shows that we run, even for 5-10 minutes. But they'll go and sit on other show. And if you think they're going to convince those people, you're wasting your time. Because one principal goal of the opposition is to remove the current government. Do you think everything Donald Trump doing, trying to argue in America here that the country is well? You think that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden want to hear and say, okay, we okay? Donald Trump can even come on CNN and explain from sunrise to sunset. You think the Democrats going to settle for that? No. That is the competition. It's a political competition. Somebody want to be better than the other person. So I'm not against the idea. I'm just saying what I just said. All right. So let me program. Who coming on next? Anybody next? Because I'll be getting out of here by 11:15. 11:15, I'll be getting out of here. Anybody next on the list? Who next on the list? These guys are starting very early. They are planning ahead of time. That's what we call planning ahead of time. They are planning ahead of time. And if we don't start to plan now, we're going to struggle a little bit. Yes, because once they get hold of the people, they will start going to phase 2 of their plan. And what phase 2 is all about. So if we have the capacity to compete, we need to match them up. If they get 2 radio stations on the ground that are broadcasting through, we also need to get 3 radio stations or 4 radio stations to broadcast through as well. So that way they can know that we are also on the ground and we also, you see on Facebook, how we all over the place. When Costa come and say something, or anybody come and say something, or somebody put something, every other person that broadcasts on behalf of the government will come and set the record straight. So that's the same thing that we want to have on the ground. Is Spoon TV going to the ground and say, oh, we're broadcasting through this station, then some of us need to say, you know what, we're broadcasting through this station there as well. It'll be like, wow, the competition not easy. Everywhere we go, these guys are there. So that means we're matching them. And but if they start to take advantage of going on the ground and engaging the people directly, that is a very dangerous game that we must not overlook. Yes, don't overlook the kind of game. If your opponent get on the ground and begin to talk to the people who are the real voters and begin to talk to them, you are in trouble. You are in trouble because they will win their minds. And that's what you got to understand here. All right? So let me see. I got 5 more minutes to go. So whoever want to join the show, that's fine. You're welcome to come in. There are times that we must face ourselves, look in the camera, look in the mirror, and say, this one not working. This is the issue we have. If you're a true citizen, not every day sun will shine. Not every day is a Christmas. Every week got 1 day to repeat. Monday last week will be Monday in the following week. But it will not come after that Monday. After Monday will come Tuesday. After Monday will never come Monday. After Tuesday will never be another Tuesday in that week. Is that how you want to play your game as a citizen? No, I'm sorry for you. We must challenge our government officials to live up to the standard. Taking leadership in our country is not just wearing the coat suit, riding the next car. No. It is about making sure that the president agenda works. Work by giving deliverable. work by you informing the people, work by you supporting those who promoting the agenda. That's why it is. We can't keep fighting with all no ammunition in terms of documentation to support what the government is doing. The government only ammunition to prove to the people that she's working is to provide information to help us understand what they're doing by providing the information to the public. If the public get hold of the documentation, it will become a real hard evidence for anybody to persuade them to say no. If the media is giving you the opportunity to broadcast over there, it will also help in this direction. So guys, I want to say a big thank you to you guys for showing up. That's me. Sometimes I sit before my bosses, we talk, we express, we look at the strength, the weakness, the opportunity for improvement, all right? And we look at the threat, and then we'll go home, we'll work on it, and then we'll come back. So on the show, in how much I provide all the documentation for you guys, videos, documentary, my talking. We should learn to evaluate other weaknesses we have in the whole Randy on Facebook with the Baku Show. We should go look at the weakness. How can we bring the weakness to some level of putting strength into it? We can't come here all the time and say, oh, everything is good, everything is good. No, we got to speak our mind. So tomorrow, I'm going to be here early. I might start my show maybe like 6 o'clock, run it up to 10 o'clock, and repeat the same thing. Because it has to be repeated for people to understand. All right? So when you come to Randy class, it's a learning curve. It's a teaching moment. It's intellectual exchange. I look forward to your input as you listen to me, as I read your post. The only time you get black if you say something that makes no sense. But in order for us to move our country forward, we need to be able to accept the wrong, the challenges, the not so doing well, and the so doing well. Like in the case, the finance minister, I can get him the pat on the back because he went across every medium, both the left and the right, and he did what he could do. The time is over. We know. Everybody now can come here now and defend the finance minister and say, no, it was not $25 million or $20 million that was missing. $17 million was not even missing. $25 million was not even missing. There was no money missing because he came and told the story. People asked questions. He answered the question. He provided documentation. That's what we call public engagement. Meeting the people, having conversation with the audience, and that will ease things down. If you ask me, the government is not doing so well. All right? So, let's say a big thank you to you guys for coming on. This is not my regular network broadcast. I'm always here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But I just thought it was to come and speak to you guys on the issue. So it's 11:15 my time. God bless you guys. We'll be in touch again. Good night.
Today, what should have happened on October 8th? So we are here today to celebrate of arrest. And what will happen today will happen. Either the Chief Justice resign. Yes, so we are here for the writ of arrest. And today we will be able to stage. Now that we are here, we will need our posters. We get it from Jackie. Put on the table inside of the go for the poster, get inside, we'll get it from you. So, we are prepared for the Jackie, you take position. Take position! Get the poster! Jackie, get the poster!
Let it fire.
Right? Yeah. So today we become the first political president. You got it? Jackie, be ready. Go take position.
You must Hello? Auntie Popo. Let everybody get a red officer. Let a red come. Yeah, we need a red. Let a red come.
No, come.
Let a red come.
Don't pull the man. The man can't roll out. Why you want to pull the man?
Can't take it to us?
God, they will not tell you what. Don't go there. Don't go there. You boy by yourself. You by yourself. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, Bobo. I'm finished
Please. Oh God. Terrible. Jesus. Temple of Josie. Tell where you see Josie. Now you can see, Achipopo. Don't stop. There you can see. There's a crowd on top of Jesse. There's a crowd on top of Jesse. You can see the crowd on top of Jesse. You can see. Yes, just like me.
Let go. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Welcome to the J. Randy Free Voice, a platform where we come to discuss the social, political, economic, and other issues. So welcome to the platform, and please share the video. On the top of our list, or today's agenda, we saw this image masquerading on Facebook, and we are going to discuss this not in detail but just in brief and give you our perspective both on the on the image and what we make of Mr. Joseph Borka. So guys, if you please joining me here, please share the video. I see Monyu is here. Thank you so much, Monyu. All right, and I see my boy Atlanta King. I see my boy LRB Gaju. I think the house is getting full with all my top brides. So guys, we're going to have a very good discussion here today. Our main focus starting today will be on the Liberia independence. What does it mean? What does that independence mean? All right. So here, we're going to go through the list here. All right. We're going to go through the list. This is the list here. All right. What does Israel have to do with Liberia independence? But before we even go further, here is the baseline of our conversation here. I would like you to take a good look, read this information, because whenever it comes to the Independence Day discussion, this is where I would like to laser focus. This is my launch pad to discuss Liberia. I believe that everyone, since the introduction of an orator to discuss or to speak to the Liberian people about our Independence Day, I had done extensive research, and I believe that our people in the past, now, and in the future, especially the present, if they don't understand this concept, they're not going to see the big picture. Since gaining independence in 1847, Liberia has struggled with the absence of a clear succession plan for leadership and power transfer. This has impeded the nation's progress and effort to enhance our performance in supporting our democracy for future generation. Today, many of you guys are affected today, but some of the affection has not really impacted you in a negative way, except that it gave you a historical perspective of your past and your present. What do I mean by that? Well, for you and I, we were a victim, but indirectly we survived because we live in a women world. And we came up, we grew up in a country where we did not really see to where we are today. But we can look back and see some of our friends who were unfortunate to see that there had never been a clear succession plan that should have helped us. But guess what? Today we are in the United States. We were not born here, right? Yeah, we're not born here. But those who came before us, that is the leadership of this country, they had clearly foundation, a clear path to succession of leadership that focus on the people from generation to generation. And this is where we're going to discuss everything. I strongly believe that the backwardness of our country started from the day we had the first president in power and the first president failure to set a clear succession plan for every leader, whether it's transferring power or how we transfer from one state of government to another. We have not been able. My name is Jay Randy. I'm the guy that many Liberians don't like. And the reason I always say that is because Liberians don't like to hear the truth. They think politics is about warring faction that sit on one side and see things differently, and the other sit on the other side and see things differently. But for me, I believe that our political party is not a warring faction. We should compete for better policy that will set a clear path to make our country better. So please share the video there, guys. And again, my name is Jay Randy, and thank you guys so much for joining me here. All right, so let's get into it. Let's get into it and share the video here, folks. Share the video here. Share the video with Jay Randy here, all right? That's Jay Randy right here. Today, I look very different today because I'm going to be on my dog here today. So share the video there and let everybody come and join me. You are going to listen to a comparison analysis of our country called Liberia. Today, we're going to look at Israel. All right, we're going to look at the beginning, the genesis of Israel to present-day Israel. And we're going to look at the genesis of Liberia to present-day Liberia. And we're going to compare leadership, transfer of power. But again, I want to caution you, what I just read to you or what I just showed you is on that foundation on which I'm going to discuss these things in here, all right? Liberia is a very blessed country, but we have been very unfortunate not to have the right set of leaders. So with that being said, thank you guys so much and welcome to my show. Let me share my video here. All right, myself, I have to do it. As a leader, you have to set the example. You always got to be the one to start the process. So let me try to share the video here too, all right, so that we all can be on the same page. Thank you guys so much for joining me here, all right? Thank you. We're going to have a very good learning experience here today, all right? Uh-oh, hold on there, guys. My Bluetooth is playing off there. Let me try to turn it off. All right, that's one thing about the Bluetooth. As soon as you connect it, all right, so my apologies for that interruption there. It's not going to happen because I just shut it off. So yeah, to all my guys out there, LIB got you, my boy, Monju, every one of you guys, Atlanta King, please share the video here, all right? Let us learn something today. I really want you guys to learn something today, and I promise you, I'm going to do it at the best today. All right, I'm all ready. I'm all research complete, and we are going to have a blast here. Again, I'm not optimistic that Liberia is going to be a better country, to be honest with you guys. I strongly believe that we got 40 more years to go to destroy things in the country, because most of the guys that are in power today, they got less than 10 years to live. Many of them will not live till 2065. They're all going to die, and that's why they don't have time for the country. They don't have time for the future of you. They're going to die. I mean, look at their ages. Some of these guys are very unfortunate guys. And, they travel around the world. They get no success. And, they are nothing but a bunch of hustlers, all right? Yeah, they are nothing but a bunch of hustlers, all right? All right, so let's get ready into our conversation here. And thank you guys so much. All right. Let me just do the last one here so we can start the show here. I see my boy Ulyss here. Ulyss, how you doing, man? Long time. Good to see you guys coming around. And, you know, there are a bunch of useless guys there on the different platforms that ain't giving you guys no information. Everything just becoming redundant. But when you come here, you're going to get something very fruitful and rewarding. All right? Okay. So once I get done with this, the shit's going to be off. And we're going to get into the real conversation here. So relax, invite a friend, and share the information. All right? So we are ready now. We're going to put every other thing aside. So let's start the show here. First of all, we'd like to start with Joseph Boyka here. All right, let's start with Joseph Boyka here. There is a trending photo that is masquerading on Facebook, and it has finally come to my desk, and I would just like to share that and give my thought to you guys as well. All right. So what is the meaning of this photo? All right. So as you can see, Joseph Boyka is sitting in a car with a cell phone in his left hand. Presumably, people are saying that is Elon Musk. All right. I don't know who that is, but here is what I have to say in regards to that, because what I noticed about our different warring faction, and this is not just something that is unique to Unity Party. This is something that is across every political environment in our country. They always take petty things to be a victory lap dance for them. For me, I want you to understand that what good news will it do for us if we don't even understand the detail? So I want you guys to get away from that kind of mindset to be able to focus on something better. All right? Let me say this to you guys, talking about this picture here. Like I said, Joseph Boyka is an obsolete politician who does not belong in today's contemporary politics of our time. All right? He's obsolete. He's in the past. What comparison can you draw between Joseph Boyka and Elon Musk? What comparison can you draw? There is a very huge and wide gap between the mind of Joe Boyka and the mind of Elon Musk. There's a very big gap between the two. All right? Not to mention the country itself called Liberia. Since the birth into reality of technology, I would like you guys to tell me, look at all the ministry and agency across Liberia and tell me which ministry or agency today bears the name of technology. All right? Elon Musk is a guy who believes in beyond technology. He's looking at artificial intelligence. He's thinking very way ahead of time. But the basic thing that every country trying to get today, Liberia does not even have a single one. Since the birth into technology, what have we done to improve, to upgrade our institution to really prepare for technology? That is the basic conversation I would like to have here. And this is what we describe as business investment. You see, many of our friends that I see all the time on the different Facebook here, they don't get into business investment discussion. All right? I'm not trying to downgrade them. I know there are some Liberians out here who go for a business meeting, but when I listen to some of these guys and the way they portray themselves in having conversation, and what I see in my personal life and my professional experience is different from what you guys are saying. All right? And that gave me the idea that some of these guys are not at all advanced in these things. Business solution. Elon Musk is not a guy that will just come to Liberia and start to invest his money. No, he's going to look at the business risks. He's going to look at what the country has to offer. He's going to look at what is ongoing on the ground. And for the most part, what policies do we have in terms of preventing corruption? Those are things. So Liberians who supporting the photo of Joe Boyka, I'm sorry to let you guys know that it's going to take a very long time to understand these things because people are not educating you guys. There will be business risk analysis that's supposed to be conducted in Liberia. All right? And I think the only thing that Mr. Musk can do if he does decide to help Liberia, perhaps just to what? Invest into solar panel and then increase his satellite ability. Because if you look at Omega, the United States government have been able to use Liberia as a strategic location demographically and geographically to get intelligent information from other places. So he can probably tap into that opportunity to boost his company. But as far as infrastructure, as far as other investment, transportation, we are not ready for those things. So Liberians, y'all got to chill. In order to make a sound decision, there must be some type of risk analysis that should be conducted. And being so fast, coming out and showing picture out there, the question you need to ask yourself is, how many investment has Elon Musk carried out on the continent of Africa? Looking at the Elon Musk man himself, this is a man who mind believe that human element is not 100% capable of performing in his world. What is he doing? He's trying to reduce the human capacity in terms of creating job and other opportunity. And do you think he's going to come to Liberia and look at young people? No, he will invest into Liberia, but not to the expectation of Liberian. This guy is from South Africa, right? How many investment have he done in South Africa that you and I can see today? The only thing Mr. Musk has done so far is just investing into what? His foundation. All right, and giving little cash or some money to them. But is he helping to boost South Africa? No, because his mindset is different. This is a man who has a whole factory. He has a factory in Texas, not a single employee on the assembly line. It's all machine. And now look at Liberia as a country that people are hustling to get a job. And you want to be proud of a guy who is coming with a mindset of not wanting to hire anybody. Come on, guys. You need to sit down, all right? You need to sit down and think about this. And you need to sit down and think about this. I understand, Monu, and that is another thing that we will call verifying the process. Yeah, that we will call verifying the process, all right? We're verifying the process here in that there are so many technology out there, including the AI that Mr. Musk is so into as well. Mr. Barker is sitting down. And first of all, before I even get to the description of the picture, those who are around Mr. Barker need to be very, very careful in helping the old man. That old man has a pacemaker. And he's interacting with a electronic device. All right? He's interacting with an electronic device. Medical advice against people with pacemaker interacting with medical devices is a very serious issue because there are devices within that pacemaker that should not be interfering with other technology or things like cell phone. I see the old man with a cell phone in his palm of his left hand. He doesn't even understand the risk that is associated with holding the cell phone in his hand. And that is something that the average Liberian don't know. And they don't understand these things. So for the sake of our conversation here, we'll just present it to you guys. But again, it just goes to show to what extent the illiteracy of the country continue to expand in everything we do. And that is why our HDI, the Human Development Index, is so low in the country. And make no mistake, people in America here, people in Europe, they don't even understand the significance of these things. So when it comes to the understanding and learning of our people, ability to understand common things, they don't know it. And that's why our race, our country, people continue to, overlook who we are. All right? Yeah, people continue to overlook who we are. All right? So you don't have to be that much educated. But again, work experience come into play. Yes. Work experience come into play. All right? There is no big deal. You can even ask AI right now. Anybody who has a pacemaker, what are some of the issues that could impede the functionality of the AI? Of the pacemaker. AI will tell you electronic devices should be something that people with pacemaker need to stay away from. Even in the hospital. Oftentimes when you go to the hospital, right? What the doctor then will tell you, don't use cell phone in certain areas. Why do you think they're telling you? Because there are electronic devices that has the propensity to interact with these things. So, you see, that's why I say, most of the platforms around here, these guys will mislead a bunch of people in the wrong direction. And make no mistake, never ever believe in yourself that what the guys are telling you, go in a very intelligent environment to have conversation. You got to be very, very careful. My friendly advice, always be the last to talk or to speak. Because if you start to join into things you don't understand, there are some intellectual gathering that you go into. And what you don't understand, based on your own liberal liking of what you think you like, you're going to be affecting yourself, because anyone with a pacemaker, they will tell you that pacemaker does not interact with electronic devices. It poses a threat to that. That is what we call general knowledge. So if you're a Liberian, you don't understand general knowledge, then I really feel sorry for you. There's no need of you going to have conversation elsewhere. Yes. Very, very typical. And you know, like somebody telling you, say, don't look to the sun. If you look to the sun, something might happen to your eyes. And then the next thing you will say, oh, because it's coming from the guy I don't like, so I don't believe in it. Is that the way we're supposed to operate, fellow Liberians? No. So Joseph Walker, I don't know whether he has a medical aid that is close to him. Because as part of the presidential staff and detail, Mr. Walker is a very sick man. He lived on pacemaker. The responsibility of that aid, medical aid to Joe Walker, need to ensure that Mr. Walker does not engage in any unsafe condition or behavior that has the propensity to impede his pacemaker. What did I just say? How many Liberians understand what I just said? Only a few of you guys are here, to be honest with you guys. That's why today in Liberia, the average age of people living is around 64. 64. That's what I'm telling you guys. Most of the guys that you see in government today, those guys don't have up to 10 years to live. Majority of them going to die. Majority of them going to die. They don't have up to 10 years to live. Because as far as knowing their own surrounding and their environment, they are not educated to these things. And you know, don't see these guys in next clothes, riding next car in Liberia. No. They have not been able to go beyond the age of 65. All right? Only very few go through that minute threshold to live longer. Only a few of them, as you can see. All right? So, coming back to the issue of Joe Walker here, I think the people around Joe Walker are doing a very disservice to the Liberian people. But here are things I want you to understand. Mr. Walker hasn't really come out with his national development agenda. That is key. So if Mr. Walker pick up a phone and pretend like he's talking to Elon Musk and somebody took a picture, what is running through my mind, and I want you to also think about that, is why is he bringing Elon Musk? I mean, what has he reviewed in his national development plan that addresses the interests of Elon Musk? That is sound thinking. That is not Liberian thinking. That is sound thinking beyond the borderlines of Liberian people. What has he done? All right? Because if you are into a business and you go into a bank, you're not just going to go to the bank and say, oh, I'm here, let's take some picture. Yeah. The bank going to ask you, do you have a business plan? Yes. What are you wanting to focus on as far as it relates to your business? Elon Musk is a guy who has money and want to invest. You get the man on your phone and you show him a picture and you're happy about it. When that man comes, the first thing the man going to ask you, what area do you want me to invest into? If you cannot provide any area, he's going to look at you and say, these guys are a bunch of serious guys. Why did I waste my time to come here? Let me find somebody who is way below the line, somebody of a supervisor equivalent to take care of these guys. And he's going to walk away from that conversation or from that meeting knowing that, I mean, people are right. These guys are, I mean, they are unserious people. And you know, they are very unserious people. So before people start to make on the street or posting pictures, what you need to ask them is, what is Joseph Walker's plan? And how does that plan addresses Mr. Elon Musk? Elon Musk is a guy who is so into space exploration. He's into artificial intelligence. All right? Those are things he's into. So how can Joe Walker's plan fit to address what Mr. Elon Musk is looking for? Tell me, folks. Somebody help me here. Somebody help me here, folks. I'm asking questions here now. We're not just here to be merrymaking. And you know, this is not a criminal platform here. That criminal is not thinking about technology. He's just thinking about encouraging people around here. But so we are asking serious questions here now. What plan does Joe Walker has that fit into Elon Musk's plan? Elon Musk to come face to face with Joe Walker and say, yeah, Mr. Walker, you in the period, tell me what you want. What can I do? What does Joe Walker currently have before him? To say, Mr. Musk, here are some of the things we have here. Oh, well, for example, we have, regulatory and a requirement standard that will meet the age of technology that you want to invest into. We have infrastructure that we are investing into. We want to enhance our technology sector. What is it that Joe Walker got? What is it? Where is it? Where is it? Before you engage into somebody, you must have your plan. So where is Joe Walker's plan? Where is Joe Walker's plan? Where is it? I mean, I'm asking you guys, can anybody show me Joe Walker's national plan right now? CDC often used to talk about the Pro agenda, right? They developed that Pro agenda sometime. It got completed in October of 2018, right? And in that plan, you saw everything that CDC was focusing on. Even though they screw up themselves, at least they provided something. Joe Walker talked about some type of letter some type of letter he put together that is described as arrest. Where is that framework through which Joe Walker can sit down with Elon Musk and say, Mr. Musk, here are things that I'm going to address as far as what we need from you. What are we going to do? If that man comes, what are we going to do? Or if this is just a photo of Joe Walker holding a phone and taking picture here, that man is a very serious man. Oftentimes, Africa is making strides. When last have we seen Mr. Musk in Africa doing business with other serious African countries? When last? Even the Middle East that is trying to get her act together. The last time I ever saw Elon Musk, it was when he went to China, because there is a manufacturing of new and cheap electrical cars that could beat his competition throughout the world. He went to that factory to see how well those people were beating him. That means the Chinese themselves were ready. The Chinese were ready. When he went there, he saw what the people had put into play. He was amazed. They did not call him. He flew there. He flew there. Because from the advertisement that was showing on TV, all the advertisement that was showing on Facebook, social media, on the television, when Musk saw that thing, he was like, damn, this guy got their act together. Let me go there. So let me ask you guys this question. Which African country have you seen Mr. Musk going to and showcasing himself? In the case of Bill Gates, Bill Gates had gone over other places. We are seeing Bill Gates going across the world trying to invest. We are seeing the son of Warren Buffett, who worked along with Paul Kagame. And he said he visited all other African countries. These are evidence that we can discuss that these guys who got money, other countries are doing business with them because of that country interest that align with those people's business interest. But when it comes to Mr. Musk, how many places have you seen Mr. Musk in Africa? Have you gone to visit? Today, the world is so small. Technology is all over the place. Tell me, which African country have you seen Elon Musk visiting and say, oh yeah, Mr. Musk has gone to this country and he has decided to invest X, Y, and Z. Which country on the continent of Africa that Mr. Musk has visited? Chevron, ExxonMobil, and other big companies in the world, they have gone across Africa. Even Apple got a big presence. I believe in what? I think Mozambique. All right? Where have we seen him? Before we masquerading around. I'm just asking the objective question. Because nobody will want to go risk their business, because Musk got rich people that are pumping money into him to provide them the opportunity to increase their investment. So if Mr. Musk decides to go to any country, that investment return should grow the people investment. Not going to Liberia that is not even thinking about technology. Like I asked you guys, tell me which country, which ministry or agency in Liberia, since we talk about technology, which ministry that have adapted, has adapted the name technology You go to Nigeria, some of the government institutions got technology. Maybe they measure telecommunication and technology. You go to Ghana, you will see some type of agency or ministry that got technology. Across the entire on the entire continent of Africa, many governmental agency or ministry have adapted technology. But look at Liberia. We are still on the path of what? Or still maintaining the old things. And that the man you want to come bring here to say he come to come invest here. Joe Boga, let me tell you, there is a big parallel, how do you call it? Unparalleled between Joseph Boga mindset and Elon Musk mindset. Whoever came to Joe Boga and say, oh, let's call this guy, if it is true now, and have the conversation, Joe Boga should ask the guy who came with that message and said, what is the purpose of us trying to get Elon Musk here? What is Elon Musk's interest as it relates to what we Liberians are looking forward to? You think they're going to ask that kind of question? I dare not. None of them ask that question. Not even Joe Boga asked that question. Because you know what? Mr. Boga's mind is in the past. His mindset is in the past. But those are few of the questions that need to be asked. Why are we deciding to bring Mr. Musk here? What plan do we have that fit into Mr. Musk's agenda here? Where does it fit? Where does it fit? Where does it fit? Where does it fit? You think he just come to invest? The guy is a businessman. He's not a governmental institution. The visit he went to China for is to see how he could partner with the Chinese electric company cars manufacturers, how he can boost himself. This guy is from South Africa, for Jesus Christ's sake. How many times have you seen South African media, social media, whatever it is, to show that Mr. Musk is doing X, Y, and Z in South Africa? When last? Even the Canada his man is from. When last have you seen that? Just stop raising the hope of the poor Liberians back home, like myself, and start lying to them. And start lying to them. I know there are people out there that will try to erase everything I'm saying here, but thank God you guys are here. Because they don't care for the people. Some of them are not into these kind of businesses. Question here is, number one, where is Joe Boga's national development agenda? What within that agenda that addresses what Elon Musk's interest is? What Elon Musk's interest is? What is in there? What is in Joe Boga's plan that addresses Elon Musk's stuff? Let me give you guys some research information here quickly here. All right? Let me just read some information here from you guys. It says Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla, is Liberia thinking about space right now? Is Liberia even thinking about electric cars? Is that something that in Joe Boga's plan? Well, before Mr. Musk can even think about helping Liberia, what are some of the things that Liberia need right now in order to address Mr. Musk? But let's see what Mr. Musk's agenda is as it relates to his business interests. This guy is looking for infrastructure. Do we have that? This guy is looking for renewable energy, such as solar and other energy that he wants to invest into. This guy is looking at internet connectivity. The last time we checked, Internet ran some type of internet wire from the Atlantic Ocean. It had not been very effective to provide services across the entire country. All right? Number 4, transportation. Of course, he wants to bring in his electric cars. All right? He wants to bring in electric cars. Are we ready for electric cars? The Ghanaian people brought their buses. We did not even conduct a road risk analysis to look at the current and existing road we have in our country, whether those buses could fit. We did not even do a due diligence about the not the validity, but about the integrity and let's take the integrity back. But look at the manufacturing standard of the buses. We never did none of those things. Not a single risk assessment was done to bring those buses from Ghana. No scheme behind us. The next thing you know, Joe Boga took those things silently and took them back. We can't keep living like that. And you think that God, Elon Musk would be something that we can't raise our hope here? No. So aside from Elon Musk's agenda, let's look at what Boca has done. From me to you, I have not seen Boca doing anything. One, Boca does not have a national development plan. I showed you guys the last time here, the people of the Philippines, they have shown you their national development agenda. It's like somebody coming to your house, a guy who want to help you. He comes to your house and say, what is your plan? I know you got a horse here, but what do you want me to do? Oh, I got a horse? Yeah, but what in your house? What on your plan? What things do you have that I can help you with? Because the money I got is not just my money. Elon Musk, that money is not just his. All right? Elon Musk has his SpaceX headquarters in Delaware. What happened? He wanted to get billions of dollars profit so that he and his investor can share. Delaware is a law state. Every corporation in the United States, if not all, many of them got their headquarters registered here. Likewise, Elon Musk. The state of Delaware, if you want to become a corporate lawyer, come to Delaware. You will make many companies to get registered in Delaware. Elon Musk and saw corporate lawyer here. They wanted to get billions of dollars as a profit sharing for themselves. The lawyer declined. He moved the company headquarters to I think to Nebraska or to Nevada. I believe it's to Nevada. Just last week, between Wednesday to Friday, Mr. Musk again decided to take his headquarters and carry it back to Texas. So my point is, this guy is all about money. He's all about profit. Poor country like Liberia that has not even getting her act together. Is that something that Boca must be proud of here and be walking around here? Come on, guys, let's get serious about this. All right? I don't mean to be hard on Joe Boca. But if you say Mr. Weir did not get it right, let's assume that it's true. Joe Boca coming out and taking picture and putting it on Facebook, that's not how to disprove George Weir and inability to govern. Because we will be asking questions. You don't live in America here. You and I work for corporation here. There is something called business investment. And we know what businesses are all about in America here. All right? We know, all right? We know, all right? We know all those things, all right? So that's why it is. All right. So number two, all right, do we have the education and training that can accommodate what Mr. Musk want to do if at all he decided to help us? Do we have the education? Are we ready to embrace energy? People stealing current all the time. And you think Mr. Musk going to come and invest millions and millions of dollars into Liberia, where people will get on the internet and start stealing current? To close on this discussion, Mr. Boca and his people in his orbiter, they are just bluffing and fooling the people who support them. One, Mr. Boca does not have no national development plan. He has not shown you any national development plan that addresses every letter within our arrest and what the expectation will be. That means that Mr. Boca has not even prioritized. Remember the 4 column? 1, 2, 3, 4. He hasn't even prioritized what within our arrest from his national development agenda that's supposed to be priority number 1, priority number 2, 3, and 4. He hasn't addressed that yet. Your ask Mr. Boca about his national development plan, because that man did not run on any platform, right? He came with his own arrest. That means that he's supposed to develop his own national development agenda. Usually, a political party will always use their national development agenda plan because that's the plan that worked for them. But this man came and said, no to Ellen, I don't believe in Ellen crap. I'm going to run my own. That's why he came up with the arrest. Because Ellen had a poverty reduction strategy program that she was feeding into her administration. This guy came and twisted the whole thing around. All right? So let him tell us, what plan does he have that addresses most of the things that we're talking about, including the coming of Elon Musk to Liberia? Where is it? Where is it? They have nothing to do with CDC. We are asking serious questions here that benefit the people, all right, that help the people to be who they're supposed to be. Where is that plan? Where is the plan? Because Every corporation have their business plan. Every government should have their national development agenda. All right? Businesses got what? Their business plan. Government got what? National development agenda. Where is it? How can Joe Boga sit down with Elon Musk right now and say, okay, Mr. Musk, yes, they've got our plan right here, sir. And the arrest addresses S, Y, and Z. We are this, for example, and we have education in this country. And Mr. Musk, I know you are so encouraged and you are so good with educating our people. Guess what? Our national human development index as it relates to growing our young minds, all right? Education, we stand at X, Y, and Z. On the Human Development Index, that the world measure our performance, this is where we are as far as education go. Health, well, we need healthy people to work, right? Yes. Our health in this country is so unique. We got people living up to 75, 80 years old, and our population is this. We also have income. Our income here is not that great. At least people are getting something that we call just pay income and not living income. But with your help, we manage to do these things. All right? Gender inequality. Well, we are doing everything possible on a mind administration to help bring that gender equality to some level. Economic factor, trust me, Mr. Musk, we have a lot of opportunities here that will even help your businesses here. As for technology, well, look at the different ministry and agencies we have here that is so into technology. None of the things Joseph Boga got. But they say they're better than Joshua, right? And you think Musk come here? I mean, go to Liberia. A Musk cannot invest in other states in America. He are now going to other developing countries in Africa or countries that are doing great in Africa. What make you think that Musk is going to go to Liberia? Well, I'm not going to make any conclusion on that photo that Mr. Boga has shown. But what I am saying here is nothing but asking question. Where is Joseph Boga development plan that address what Mr. Musk is all about? What is the meaning of this? Is it just another bluff? Well, on here we don't bluff here. We are more question than making conclusion here. And that is what we're doing here. All right? So with that being said, we're going to now move on to our next topic. All right? Like I said, we talk about this so many times, and I want you to look here and read this because we are about to transition into our conversation. All right? Yes, we are about to transition into our conversation. But before we do that, let me read a few of your comments here. All right, let me read a few of your comments here and see what is going on here. All right, let me read a few of your comments here. All right, so let me see here. All right, Moyu say, is there any wide view recording? I don't know, Moyu. And you know, that's a very valid question you asked. I don't know. And you know. All right, and then let's see here. I'm not going to read significant comment here. I know everybody has their comment, but people going back and forth with personal and you know beef. This is not what we're all about here. We are here to present good. I know your time is very precious, so I have to make the best out of it to reward you for taking your time out here. Let's see here. Elabika, you say that une phone Boga know how to use his flip phone. He is an obsolete president. I couldn't agree with you more on that. All right. Nathaniel, he said the people found their way to the presidency with lies and false impressions, so they want to continue on that terrible path. Well, not if they continue to do that, we will continue to ask questions, and there are no lies that will not find a way to stop. You know, when people keep changing their story, they always lying. So not if they keep doing their story like that, that's fine. All right. All right. So Victoria said that's why we watch all platform. I think she meant That's why we want all platforms to learn from them. Well, learning is one thing to go and learn, but what are the value the learning is adding to you is what matter. And you know, you can do anything, but you gotta look at the value added learning or just regular learning. For me, I believe in value added learning. Because if you look at all the different platforms, they've been around for a long time. And I've listened to most of the people who watch the platform, their constructive conversation as it relates to stuff. It doesn't change anything. When you see Liberian on platforms responding to people posts, even yourself, your post, Victoria, people that respond to your post, I mean, are they adding value to what you're talking about? Value mean what are they adding to the conversation that you look at and say, I never thought the guy could think this way. And, you know, so that value added we're talking about here. So there's nothing wrong with watching all the platforms. You see, not all platforms are created equal. And that's why we have to have the best in class and the value that added to the conversation. So there's nothing wrong with you listening to all the platforms. And I appreciate you for that, all right? All right. So Otis says the papi said his doctor told him that any electronic device and he can even help to push a vehicle. Otis, are you really serious about that? Come on, I think you just trying to pull the paper leg here. Paul Chopra said JMB plan or AAID will be available in 2026. Wow, 2026 before the plan will come up? Wow. So then what happened to the resources they're using here, Paul Chopra? I mean, Paul, you are a very intelligent guy. I tend to believe what you're saying here. But I mean, just for the sake of the conversation. So what's going to happen to 2025? And you know, I mean, so 2024 going to be a wasted year, and then 2025 going to be another wasted year. Are you kidding me, Paul? Wow. Tobaki said, J. Rennie, we are praying for a better Liberia on a JMB. Prayer is not enough, all right? The Bible says work without D is dead. So that comes out that Liberian people got and saying, we are praying. God does not believe in that, all right? And you will see shortly as we get into the beginning of our conversation here, all right? LRB guy said he doesn't even venture into India. Okay, yeah, there you go. And you know, LRB is a very resourceful guy. He knows exactly what he's talking about. Idomore went to Wasanga software country. The guys just are making fun here, all right? Paul Trooper said no electricity in Liberia for any investment. There you go. And that's what Liberia need to do. Paul, because it's like meeting up halfway. Where can Liberia meet any investor halfway if we don't have electricity? All right, because electricity is the fuel for any other activities in the country, and that is true. I couldn't agree with you more. All right. So many to go here. All right. CCC Moss headquarters is in Austin, Texas. Yes, it has headquarters in Texas, but the actual registration of the company is in Delaware, all right? Whatever he says, as far as avoiding taxes, you got to come and register it here, all right? All the company may have their headquarters in New York, but their backbone is in Delaware, and that's where they were registered, yes. And that's why he keep coming back running away with the company from here and there, all right? When you study corporate law, you see all this thing in, yeah. Boca and opportunity cannot sit in the same place. He will squander it. And that's something that we need to keep our eyes on here. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I would like to start off with a very important country here called Mauritius. All right? I did a little research on Mauritius. Mauritius is a country of 1.3 million people, and I think it's part of the geography of Africa. What is so interesting about Mauritius is this country of 1.3 million people under the Human Development Index is the best on the continent of Africa. Did you hear what I just said? Mauritius, their Human Development Index is the best and number one on the continent of Africa. How did that happen? How did that happen? Let me ask few people here. Mind you, the country of Mauritius, do you know when they got their independence, mind you? Please try to research that. And anybody else who has that information, please post it. We are about to discuss Liberia now. All right? We are about to discuss Liberia. And what we are about to discuss here is this thing that I wrote here for you guys here. Since gaining independence in 1847, Liberia has struggled with the absence of a clear succession plan for leadership and transfer of power. This has impeded the national progress and effort to enhance our performance in supporting democracy for future generation. So somebody please help me here. I'm not going to be the only person just talking here. You watching me, you get an opportunity, I want you to engage. Because communication is two ways. I ask you a question, you provide it, we discuss it. So anybody out there listening to me right now, the country of Mauritius is the best country on the continent of Africa that has one of the world HDMI. How did they do that? Can we take a page? Who is in the government of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf back then? Who was in the government of George Weah back then? And who is in the government of Joe Walker? That looking at the data and say, damn, how did people getting the kind of good result like this? 1968. Thank you very much. Erabi Gayu. 1968. 1968. So how old is the country now? Maybe they're probably what, 55 or 56 years old? By 1980, there you go, March 12, 1968. I believe by 1979, 1978, Liberia population was just like those people population. Yes, the population of Liberia, I believe between 1979 and 1980, we were probably in the same age, in the same population range as those people. But you know what got them to where they are? Is the very question we're asking here. So let me read a few statistics about you guys here, right? So, the Human Development Index, all right, of Mauritius. Let me give it to you guys right here. All right, it's right here. Let me read it for you guys here. The Human Development Index. Let me get the right document here for you guys here. It's a shame. This Independent Day that is coming up, these are things that we need to discuss, fellow Liberians. These are things that need to be discussed. All right? These are things that need to be discussed. So let me read it for you guys here. Erabi Gayu stated that the country got its independence on March 12, 1968. Erabi, do the math. How old is that country now? Erabi Gayu, do the math. Let's be very practical here today. Anybody out there, 1968, how old is that country now? The country of Mauritius. Mauritius has achieved a high human development index in Africa through several key initiatives and policy. Did you hear that? We are coming to Liberia, but I want to just give you other case study that show that Liberia problem is not a problem in any country. Very good. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much, Mark Nemo. 56 years old. So, Mark, let me hold you there again. Mark, Ururu, every one of you guys, let's subtract, because we're already in July now, right? This coming Friday is July 26th. So, let's do the honor. Subtract 56 from 177 years. Let's see the age difference between Liberia and Mauritius. Somebody do the math. Subtract 177, all right? Let's look at 177 and take away 56 and see what is the age difference. All right? So as you're doing that, let me read a few things here. The country of Mauritius, because remember, 100, they were got Hamilton did not waste no time. No, Jackie straight on his head. 171-year-old country. And now, this is not only unique to Joe Walker, right? This situation go across the Independent Day we want to celebrate here since 1847. Since 1847. Since 1847. This is where we are today, guys. So let us look at a few things that make the country of Mauritius better. What did they do? And tell me that I want you to listen to what I'm about to read, please. And my question to you here is, don't you think we can do it as a country? Or we should have been doing it as a country? So let's go through this, all right? Let's go through this. The country of Mauritius has achieved a high Human Development Index in Africa. How did they do it? Through key initiative and policy. What are initiative? Initiative are landmark programs that every leader should be able to utilize in order to improve the environment and provide quality life for the people. And how do you get to do that also is by putting in place policy. What is policy? Policies are things or instructions that are put in place to allow us to do things certain way in order to achieve a general result. That's what policy is all about. Some policy will say when it's raining, don't see people walking and get round with your calendar, it will wear the people close. What do we try to achieve? We're trying to achieve people, or we're trying to prevent people from not getting splashed on by those in the car so that they can get to where they want to go, and some respect should be shown there, right? Yes. So the country of Mauritius is telling the world that the way we got to where we are, it was through initiative and policy. Now, what are those areas that those initiative impacted and those policy impacted? Let's take a look. One, education. Education. How did they get our education? Let's listen here, folks. This thing I'm telling you guys, most of these guys on the different platform will not tell you guys. Because these guys are not schooled into these things here. You know, every platform, I want you to determine every platform character, right? There are some platforms that are only there for social and other entertainment. You see, some of the key things we have economic issue, we got political issue, we got social issue, we got gender issue, we got educational issue. You guys got to be an entertainment issue. You guys got to be able to look at things from a progress development perspective. We're making progress in terms of our development. All right? Because entertainment will always be there. There will always be entertainment. Even the people that go to war, when they seize fighting, they dance around, the merry-make. But at the same time, they got their agenda. Right? Yes. So let us look at what the country of Mauritius did. They look at education. Mauritius provide free education up to tertiary level. You heard that? Free education up to tertiary level. Let's be honest here. Let me just help you guys about tertiary here. I don't want to make things up here. All right? Let's look at what tertiary education say here. Tertiary education, all right? This include higher education institutions such as university and colleges. That's to what extent the people are going with their initiative and their policy. We're not going to go into detail. But the reason why they are up there is because they have invested into education. From where? From primary up to college level, there are some provision as it relates to free education. What happened there? Ensuring a broad access to quality education. This has significantly improved literacy rate and educational attainment. There you go there though. Post-secondary education. That was too big, but that's fine. So, can we as Liberians learn from this country that in order to up our education, in order to reduce illiteracy, because what we need to understand is illiteracy is one of the original sins that cause us not to be able to read and write. But in order for us to reduce our illiteracy rate and increase our literacy rate, we must put an expiration date to illiteracy. That is something that we have not done since 1847. That is why every generation become affected by or impacted by illiteracy. Remember, every generation, our generation today has massive uneducated people today. But that was the same thing that happened in the 60s, in the 40s. Why is it happening in the 21st century? Why aren't we reducing the literacy rate? The literacy rate and increasing literacy. Why? Because your leader in the past, those who come to power, they are not focused on improving things in the country. They had no initiative. They had no policy. Some of you guys will say, well, they have policy and stuff like that. That's fine. But what value? And we're speaking in terms of value. Remember what I told Victoria about value, adding value? When you come up with your policy, when you come up with your initiative, the question you'll be asking yourself, what value in terms of performance are we adding? Can we say Ellen Johnson said 18 years, 12 years to Joe, we are 6 years and Boca, a few months in office. Can we see the difference? If you can see the difference, then you add in value. These guys in Mauritius decided to what? To put in initiative and policies that provide opportunity up to tertiary level. That everybody can go to school free. And you know what the policy support that? Well, the policy says if you don't send your child to school, maybe you'll be subject to go to court. That's why they say initiative and policy. Because policy tell you what to do, right? So maybe the government came out and said, free education for everybody. However, if you don't send your child to school, the policy say you have to go to the family court so that you can answer a question as to why your child is not in school. Can we do that in Liberia? Can we do that in Liberia, my fellow Liberians? Can we do that? Or is the world or the big organization like the United Nations, the European Union, and even the United States, are they telling us, no, you shouldn't do that? I'm asking a question, folks. We are going to our Independent Day. Our backward education system has been like that for a long time. We had the 6-3-3 formation. 6 years in elementary school, 3 years in junior high, 3 years in high school. We still got that 6-3-3 formation. It has been existing for a very long time. What value has it added to us? 6-3-3 education format that what we got in our country from generation to generation. What have it done for us? Hello, I'm asking a question here. Let's go to the next one. What's that, Brother Wilson? Healthcare. Healthcare. That's the second thing. These are key performance indicators that the people of Mauritius, from the leadership, these are key things that they have listed. First was education. Second is health. In order for somebody to be educated, you have to keep them in good health. How do they go about to get themselves up there? Let's look at education. Health. The country offers a free universal health care, which has contributed to higher life expectancy and better overall health outcome. The question people ask themselves, how can we make people to live long in this country? And every one of them sat down there and said, well, I think the best way we can make people to live long in this country so that our grandchildren can see some of us is to provide universal health care. Make sure that we get good doctors who are educated. We teach our people how to live in a friendly environment and keep the environment friendly so that the life expectancy can go. Yes, those people sat down and asked themselves, are we doing that in Liberia? No. No. Let me ask you guys, can somebody do a research for me? What is the life expectancy of men or women in Mauritius? I want to see that data. Please share with me. Please share with me. Victoria, I think so far you are the only female here. I appreciate you. So I want to also ask you, Victoria, can you also help us provide the life expectancy as it relates to the population of Mauritius? And and that goes to everybody here too. I want the platform to be interactive, because if we can interact like this and people start to see it, we will start seeing the solution from the problem we got. We will start to see the solution. And that's what I'm trying to bring here. This is a 5D conversation I'm having, and not 3D, but 5D, where I think that we all sitting in a room or maybe in a tidy place, we're just having a conversation. But why are we not doing well with our education? Why are we not doing well with our healthcare? The people of Mauritius are giving all their blueprint. Can we take a page from that? Absolutely. Can we also challenge them? Yes. So somebody please tell me, what is the life expectancy of the population of people in the country of Mauritius. Because they say here, their healthcare is offered free, universal healthcare, which contribute to higher life expectancy and better overall health outcome. I look forward to that answer. Number 3, social services. No, economic policy. 73.68. 73. That means there's a population of people in our country that live up to 73 and 68. Liberia don't even come close to that. Anybody want to provide Liberia data? And that was just 2021 data down there. All right? That been almost 3 years. So maybe somebody else will come up with the most recent data. All right? What about Liberia? Let somebody show Liberia. Somebody provide Liberia. There you go. 55, 56. Right in the same ballpark. We're looking at the average there. So LRB, Moses, and anybody else? Let's look at Liberia too. 2024. There you go. So that means that there have been increase. Are you going? Is the female the first? Or Moses, the 75, does that go to male or that just the general average? Because I see LRB guy, you got a comma there, but you got a point. So when I see LRB with a comma, it means that male and female. So Moses, is that 75 for men and 66 for women, or the other way around? Women live longer than men anyway. So I think maybe 75 should go for the women, and then 66 should go for the men. But let's see. All right. But there have been a drop in the 60. They want in the 60. Now, let's look at economics. And I love the way they're doing education, they're doing health, and then they're doing what? The economy. Okay, general. Thank you very much, Moses. So, Mauritius, let us look at their economic policy. All right? Mauritius has implemented effective economic policies that promote growth and stability. Yes, I learned that from Warren Buffett's son when we were running We Are campaign in 2017. He said, in order for investment to come to any country, there must be a predictability and stability in a country. He said that's the only way investor will come to the country. Investor must be able to predict. And he said predictability and security has to be stabilized in the country before they can come. So what the economic policy says here from Mauritius, they implemented effective economic policy that promote growth and stability. How does it promote growth? Well, people working, they can be able to get promotion, be able to get some little salary increment. What does that do? It creates stability. It creates stability in the country. It creates stability in the country. And then the country has a favorable business environment. Oh my world. The people got a favorable business environment. Wow. Look at Moses data for the people of Mauritius. Guys, I mean, I will pause here from the economic policy. Let's look at what Moses just presented about the country of Mauritius. All right? All right. Victoria said AR says 61 to 73. Very good. So Vic, you tell me. All right? And Moses, you gotta tell me. All these statistics you're giving. It surpasses Liberia. Yes. But can we do the same thing and try that experiment? Of course. But how do we go about doing that? How do we go about doing that? Well, we listen to the people, how they went about doing that, right? Sound economic, initiative and policy. How good are we to add value to our policy in our country? Whether it is Boca, whether it who come after Boca, whether it was we are, what are we doing? What we see other countries are doing, my fellow Liberian, it is not impossible for us to do. It is not. When we educate our people, all other things will fall in lines. All other things will fall in lines. Thank you very much, LRB Gayu. All other things will fall in line. So the total average is 75.4. That's very good. So what are the people doing that we cannot go to them and say, oh, even by us discussing this thing, What are we doing that we cannot say it is time for us to change? So the economic policy, they also provided what? Business environment. That means if Victoria, Erabi, Gayu, Moses, Monyu, you want to go to Labrador do business, there is a very smooth operation where you bring your stuff through Freeport. Whatever require you to pay, you pay. And then you walk out. No hassle. When any kind of regulation you pay, are we not able to do that? Are we wired differently that we can do what other people are doing to create business environment? The people are telling us the reason our HDMI is considered to be the best on the continent. We're not hiding this secret here from you guys, folks. We are not hiding it from you guys. We focus on education, health, and we have sound economic policy. We have sound economic policy. And that's what we're doing. So can we learn from these people? There's nothing wrong with learning from somebody. In Liberia, people often say they think you don't know it bigger than you. Yes, for 177 years, a country that we older than 121 years, they are just 56 years old. They are doing extremely well. So can we learn from these people? I'm just putting it out there as a conversation. That's all I'm doing. This is not Boka for whoever want to be president by 2029 should be looking at these things as well. They should be sitting down and say, yes, gentlemen, when I get to power, these are things. CDC sitting down over the judge, we are all they taking picture of people. He's not even thinking about this thing here too. CDC watching me right now. George, we are not thinking about this thing here right now. He's not thinking about this thing right now. All George we are master is, oh, let's sit down there and Boka and our power time. No, we cannot and should not and will not allow Joshua to come to power when he does not have any key measure performance. Mr. We are already been there for 6 years now. He should be able to use his mistake, change that mistake into an opportunity for improvement. We cannot be given any power if he does not come back as somebody new. Boka is there now for his last term. Whatever Boka does, that's it for Boka. That's it for Boka. That's why I'm not going to challenge Boka or degrade Boka whether he talks to either Musk. I'm just asking Boka a question as to where is the national development agenda, whether it fit in there. I cannot judge Boka until I see the end. For sedition, I know you're taking things politically, us versus them. For me, I'm taking things from an intellectual and experience standpoint. Boka, yeah, you're bringing in people. Yeah, I'm a question or set of questions I have for you. Failure to answer the question when things go wrong, I will say yes. I said it. So again, whether Boka sat down and did not put things together, well, he's president now. If you want to be president again, well, you see what the country of Morocco has done, right? Let's continue here. Social services. What did they do for social services? Free public transport for students. You hear that? And where you think that money coming from to provide free public transportation? Taxpayer money. In Liberia, the lawmakers and say, oh, you get the money, we'll take care of the people. How long have we not seen them taking care of the people? We are seeing them taking care of the people for 9 years, 18 years, and nothing significant, not even significant, nothing minute has changed the people's life in the country. But every term, every political leader in our House of Representatives, y'all get the money, we'll take care of the people. That is part of the contributing factor of having a very bad, ugly HDMI. That is the problem. That is the problem. So what the people have done for the people, the leaders have done for the people, free public transport for students, senior citizens, and the disabled, help improve mobility and access to essential services. We may not have the bigger attendance here, folks, but it's going to take Liberia a very long time. We got 41 years to destroy that country. That's how much left. 41 years to destroy that country. Thank you. I'm glad I could help Victoria with your overtime. Thank you. At least somebody appreciated me here. Thank you very much, Vic. Sometimes the conversation can become so interesting that you cannot even feel. And that's what I do. And try to do the best I can. I appreciate you for that recognition. And there's something in my company we call I care. I care is where when you see your friend working and doing good job, you go into the system and give that person points. And then the person, supervisor, manager, or whoever will look at what you said about the person and they will let that point go through. The point is some kind of big money you can get. You can buy iPad, you can buy a laptop, depending on the points. You can buy it from anywhere. So thank you very much, Vic. That is something I call I care. And to every one of you guys, your thank you. All right. Then the people come to what? The fifth one is governance. What do they do with governance? Strong governance and political stability have created a conducive environment for sustainable development. What is strong governance? Well, strong governance means doing what is right for the people, educating the people. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I think we have that is missing in our country is planning, is leadership education. Liberians in different sectors of our country leadership role, we're learning these things we're talking about and applying it to our country. All right? That will be a very good help for us. Yes. That will be a very good help. All right. Then we have gender equality. Morocco has made strides in reducing gender inequality, which positively impact the overall human development. 6 key performance indicators that got the people up there. We are better than that. Now, you tell me, what was the date again? LRB guy, you said what? March the 12th? So, what you think was the Independence Day message for the people of Mauritius in March of this year? With such a beautiful record, what do you think the Independence Day message will be for the people? That means the people have set a clear succession plan for every leadership to improve the life of their people and to make their democracy better. And for the Independence Day, they're going to list for what we just listed for you. And the leader will say, we're going to do more. We're going to do more. And what does that mean for the political environment? It challenges the opposition as well. Because the opposition says, Eddie can come up with these 6 things and improve the people's life and the people happy like this. God, we got to be serious about it. We got to go and do beyond it, guys. Because the succession plan and the transfer of power in the hands of the people will give the people the opportunity to say, do we want to change this garden here, gentlemen? Look at our life right now. I mean, these guys were there, they didn't do anything. And that is what we need to do. So let's stop there and begin the conversation with Liberia now. Ladies and gentlemen, the real show starts now. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the real show starts now. Liberia is about to celebrate her 177 years of independence. In 1948, Israel became an independent nation. But when we go back into history, the people of Israel were one time refugees in Africa, a land, a country known as Egypt today. Right? And from the biblical days, God decided to send a man by the name of Moses. Moses went to Egypt, where he was for a period of time. And when the time was right, Moses decided to follow God's instruction to take the people out of Egypt to a promised land. Why God decided to take the people? Because the people were living in slavery, according to the Bible. Am I lying here, or am I not being accurate with the story here? The Liberian people that don't believe in God, they're in church right now, right? They will be coming us up. By the time they see the wrong thing the political party doing, they will say that one not wrong. So those of you that here, thank you guys so much. All right? So, the Bible said God decided to take his people out of Egypt, out of slavery, and carry them to a promised land. Let's hold that there. Let's come to how Liberia was founded. Right? How Liberia was founded. After Abraham Lincoln put an end to slavery, few blacks decided to make that voyage through the ACS to take them to a land that they call the land of liberty brought us here. Right? Yes. That's why when I was sealed, it says or reads, the land of liberty brought us here. In the Bible, God said, take my people to the promised land. But let's focus on Egypt first. On Moses' leadership. You see, Moses was chosen by God to lead the people. And the word lead is an extension to leadership. Right? So when Moses decided to take the people out of Egypt, out of slavery, they had a long walk. According to the Bible, the Atlantic Ocean opened up. They went through the Atlantic Ocean. They traveled so many miles, distances. But in the process, there's one thing that Moses, as the leader, was doing for the people while they were on their way. One, Moses, as the leader, was, okay, the love for liberty, there you go. Thank you very much. Moses, as their leader, had three significant roles. One, he was the leader for them who led them through the process. He was the law that God gave the 10 Commandments to, and he also provided guardianship in our leadership role. So what Moses did, Moses taught the people along the way while to the promised land. The first thing Moses established is discipline. How to respect the law. Yes, whether it is the 10 Commandments, but in today, we have the same law that apply to us as a society and people, right? Don't break the law, don't do this. So Moses led the people to the promised land, but in doing so, Moses was giving the 10 Commandments, which he interpreted to the people by seeking their interest and at the same time leading them and teaching them. Right? That was the role of Moses. So Moses was teaching the people how to be law-abiding citizens. He was teaching them how to care for each other because he was also caring for them. That's what Moses did. Copy me here, guys? Those of you that believe in the Bible? That's what Moses did, right? So, who was Moses' sidekick? Who was Moses' sidekick at that time? Who was Moses' sidekick? I got a quiz for you guys here now. Who was Moses' sidekick? I mean, who was the apprentice to Moses? Who was the apprentice to Moses? Now, we're discussing Liberia independence or how Israel might get in also. Those of you that are here, you're seeing the big picture here because thank you very much, Kenan Doe. Joshua was there watching. All right? F. Ross, Kakwana Doe is right. It's Joshua was there. Joshua was watching everything that Moses was doing. So like we said, Moses received the 10 Commandments from God according to the Bible. He used that 10 Commandments to educate the people as their spiritual leader. He also guided them through the process of how to leave Egypt and become a better citizen down the road. And as a servant, he also provides services for them. Yes. All right? Susan said, I'm gonna break it down. Susan, all the kind of Koko I can speak, stay. You want me to come break it down? All right. I'll break it down for you, Susan. But share the video, Susan. So God took the people from Egypt and he helped Moses by giving Moses how many responsibility? 4 responsibility. 1, he gave Moses the 10 commandments to help teach the people how to behave. Moses at the same time in our role was their spiritual leader. And then Moses at the same time too was guiding them how to make peace among themselves if they had any disagreement, how they can talk to each other or talk to him. And in that way, Moses was also their servant. So Moses was teaching them what we call today policy. What policy say? Policy tell us how we should go about doing things. And then Moses was also providing what? The social services that we heard from Marotus, where he was there to care for them. That is what he was doing. That is what he was doing. So to sum it up, the people of Israel that were in Egypt as slaves, God decided to take them and carry them to the promised land. But on their way to the promised land, Moses started teaching them how to live among themselves, how they should respect the law, how they should respect each other, how they should solve problems. So Moses was passing down to them a disciplined responsibility. And guess who was watching at that time? Joshua was watching everything Moses was doing. He was watching everything Moses was doing. So what happened to Moses in the end? What happened to Moses in the end? Guys, you tell me, what happened to Moses in the end? What happened to Moses in the end? I'm waiting for the answer, guys. Let me see my other phone here because you guys could have responded the other one here. What happened to Moses in the end? Let me see here. What happened to Moses in the end? I need that answer before I can move forward. What happened to Moses in the end? He did not make it to the promised land. Thank you, Ulysses. He did not make it to the promised land. But what did we learn from Moses? What did we learn from Moses? Well, it says here, Moses' leadership, all right? Let me read it for you guys, all right? So, Susan, let me read it for you guys. Moses did not make it to the promised land, right? But what Moses did in his leadership, let me just summarize it for you guys. Moses' leadership was focused on guiding the people through the significant changes and challenges. How did he do that? Remember, significant changes and challenges? When you think about Marotus, how did they become better? Through initiative and policy. How did Moses help the people of Israel through his time as leader to take on significant challenges and changes? Moses was instrumental in shaping laws and policy for the people that into the reality now. Showing them how to behave and how to solve problems while caring for their welfare. That's what Moses did. So Moses did not see the promised land, right? And Moses died. What did Joshua do? Let me make the answer very clear to you guys. What did Joshua do after Moses died? What was the role of Joshua? Somebody, please help me here. What was the role of Joshua? What did Joshua do? I want you guys to interact with me. We're talking about leadership now, right? I mean, imagine what I'm telling you now. So when we come to Liberia, Joseph Jikin Rabo was the first president of Liberia, right? Yes. He died, right? Yes. Who took after him? Somebody. What did the person do? Moses was the leader, taking the people out of Egypt to the promised land. He died in the process. Joshua took over. What did Joshua do? He took leadership and led the children to the promised land. Thank you very much, Ulysses. You couldn't have said it better. Thank you very much. He continued the legacy. What was that legacy? What was that legacy? F. Ross, you scored a very good point here today. What was the legacy? Well, let's come to Joshua. Let us come to Joshua. Who is Joshua? Yes. Who is Joshua? We already talked about Moses, right? Let's look at the characteristics of Joshua now. Joshua, like every one of you guys said, became the successor to Moses. Joshua was very close to Moses. And according to the Bible, he was chosen by God. But what was his leadership when he took the people? What was Joshua's leadership when he took the people? Very good, Victoria. Very good. Joshua implemented the law. He took action and implemented the law. Remember, Moses taught the people about following the law, how to be good, how to care for each other. So when Joshua came, Joshua said, you already know the law. All we got to do is to put action in place and begin to implement the law that will provide us here. And Victoria just hit it on the head. Joshua implemented the law. How do we describe that? How do we describe that? From Moses to Joshua, how do we describe that? Well, remember the first thing I showed you here? This is what happened. All right? I want you to focus right here. Moses, the relationship between Moses and Joshua, Moses set a clear succession plan for leadership and transfer of power. That's what Moses did. That's what Moses did. So what did Joshua do? Joshua took the law, put it into action, and started leading the people. Let's stop there and come to Joseph Jikin Rabo. Because today, if we fast track into today present, we know that there's a country called Israel that exists today, right? Yes. So let's freeze that. We already know the future of Israel now. We already know the future of Liberia. So let's go back to Liberia. Let's come back to Liberia. Liberia was established for people who were fleeing slavery, inequality in America, right? They went to Liberia. They went to Africa and discovered a land that they named as Liberia. And they said, the love of liberty brought us here. What about the leadership? Let's take that same concept and apply it to the leadership of Liberia. Can anybody tell me anything similar to what Moses and Joshua's relationship did as it relates to Joseph Jikin Rabo, Stephen Adebensi? What did they do? Remember, it was the foundation of our country at that time. It was the foundation. Jihadi people of Morocco said, we managed to change ourselves to be a country that will be better. We look at education, we look at health, we look at social services, we look at inequality as it relates to gender. We put those things together. What about Liberia? When Joseph Jikin Rabo then came, what did they do, folks? What did they do? What did they do? Did you see any succession plan as it relates to leadership and transfer of power? What did they do? And do you think if we had done something similar like that, I'm not saying there won't be any problem along the way, but if we had done something down the road like that, do you think some of the problems that your generation is seeing today that existed 121 years ago, do you think we're still going to be experiencing that today? I'm asking a question here, folks. What key performance, what law that were put in place, what teaching that were given to the parents of those days that they adapted and decided to pass it along? Because Moses taught the people and Joshua were watching. And everything Moses taught the people, Joshua adapted that. And when Joshua took over, he decided to implement it. And the people learned it as well. The people learned it as well. So what are the key performance area? If we go back to the people of Mauritius, what did we as a country, our leader from the past, the first leader, what were the key things they measure that as their country is becoming an independent country, a country where we came to and we said we want to start a new life, and having experienced things in the Americas, we want to prioritize education, folks. We're not going to be here for long. But what we're going to plan today, whoever going to succeed me as Joseph Chicken Rabble, all right? Whoever going to succeed me as Joseph Chicken Rabble, let me find this on here so I can be very accurate here. I'm going to use Mauritius case study. Who going to succeed me as Joseph Chicken Rabble? I want to make sure that education be the bedrock of this country in practicality and in implementation of our law. Because where we're coming from, if we don't get to educate ourselves, we will not be a better country 100 years from now. And with those sitting around Joseph Chicken Rabble and say yes, and those who had the authority at that time to say, Mr. Rabble, we're going to put the thing into our constitution to make sure that young people and every other future generation, leadership, will take education seriously in this country. And then to say to them again, health. Many of our friends die in the Americas because of poor health. So my leadership is going to plant health again as a major priority in this country. And it's going to be part of the Constitution. And then the list go on. Economic factor, gender equality, war against poverty, and you name it. Who did it in the past? Do you think what the people of Mauritius did, if Joseph Chicken Rabble, who came from the Americas, if they had set those things into stone and ensure that the 100 years that the two-week party government were in power, if they had kept that mindset and keep repeating it to us, what would have been our Independence Day message today? What would have been our Human Development Index today? I see many people running away now. Yes, many people are running away now. I have seen it all, my friend. That's why I'm of the belief that we got 41 more years to destroy our country. And only about 2065 before we will start to find real leaders. You see, Elon Musk coming to engaging Buckeye, it's not by mistake. But he's not going to be the one to help change Liberia. Elon Musk into action, if that is true, is something that had already been pre-planned. But he will only come and see the problem and he will go back. But the Alpha generation of 2013 to 2025 will be the one that will be able to implement what Elon Musk is thinking about today in Liberia. Because for now, we don't have any succession plan to improve our democracy, to teach our people. When you look at how people obtain driver's license in the country, when you look at how people are treated at the medical center, when you look at our backward educational system, when you look at the corruption in the country, don't you get it? That there were no succession plan that were ever put in place to be given to the next generation of leaders and to the existing generation. So the question here is, what are we going to be discussing on July 26th? The speaker of July 26th, what is he or she going to be talking about? And should you have any interest in what they're going to be talking about after what I have told you here today? The country is a country with no plan. People just come from here and there and just come and talk on things that they had no data on. They had no empirical knowledge about. You follow me? The next time we meet, we will continue where Joshua stopped. What happens? I'm not saying that Israel did not go through problem. Right now, as we see, Israel is going through problem. And you also know that the leadership we had in the country, there were times that we also had a problem and went to war, and we are back out of that problem, and we claim to be having a democracy today. So we stop here today to where Joshua is implementing the law and is putting in place action. And then we are to where we say we are as Liberia. We're asking the question, what and why key performance sector were never put into play. Were never put into play until today. Why it was never put into play until today? I want you to think about that. The United States we live in today, the reason when you bring your child here, the first thing they tell you is that child got to be in school. Is succession plan from one administration to another. The people said to themselves, anybody that come in the country here, if you're out of high school, you got to take a GED. In Liberia, those that win the DV, the extension of the American high school requirement, those of you that came on DV, didn't they ask you guys? Anybody watching me right now that came on the DV program, did they ask you for college degree, or when you had it was just a boost to your high school requirement, right? The DV program, from my understanding, often require people to present their high school education diploma, right? Yes. That is the subsection of the American people. Somebody just said yes. Those of you who came on the DV program, the first thing they will ask you is what? Your education. Now, let me come back here again, folks. I got a few minutes here to go. All right? The country of Mauritius, what they say? Mauritius said we have 6 pillars that we need to put in the ground for our country. Right now, they said we have 1.3 million people. Before 1979, Liberia had similar population of people. Mauritius said, number one pillar of our democracy to go beyond the current leadership we have here, we need to make sure that education be number one pillar. They drill that in the ground. Every child must go to school and go beyond high school level. That is their law. 2, healthcare. Right? Yes. 3, economic policy. Let me stop there and ask you. Those of you that want the DV, before you come to this country, they ask you for your educational credential, right? Yes. Why? Because they want people who come here to be able to read and write. That's the basic. They not ask you for that. 2, you have to go through your medical examination, right? Yes. When you look at the country of Mauritius, why you think Mauritius is asking for education? After that, they're asking for your health clearance. And they're providing help for the people. Don't you get health clearance to go to the embassy as well? Yes. And then when it comes to economic policy, before you come, don't you have to come to somebody who has the economic ability to hold you until you get a job? Yes. Do you see the correlation of a sound leadership going on here? Do you see that here? So how come Liberians cannot afford to do X, Y, and Z? Then now the third thing is social services. When you come to this country, don't you go and apply for your social security card? And then if there are any social services they can provide for you and they help you find a job, don't you see it here? And that the same thing the country of Mauritius is doing too. And then you have a government. And then after that you have gender equality. Whether you women that are not working in Liberia or you guys that are not working in Liberia, when you come here, they afford you with a job opportunity. Do you see why the country of Mauritius is doing well on the Human Development Index? Because their mindset of implementing a sound and productive policy along with some of the things that some of you guys have gone through before. What about the people who came from America that saw what the people did to them? The people prevented them from reading here, right? The people did not provide health care for them. The people did not even pay them about the job they did. They did not give them social services. The governance was very bad. As far as inequality, they were even discriminated against based on their color. These people went back to Liberia and they never, ever thought about these 16 we are talking about. But today, we are 177 years old, and then every independent day, we bring somebody up to come and say, let's talk about this. No. Liberians, the Independent Day message should be about we need to redefine, we need to re-engineer, or let's say we need to start over. President Boga, we need our educational reform. Lawmaker, you need to support that. We need a healthcare reform. We need an economic policy reform. We need social services reform. We need good governance reform, and we need gender inequality reform. These things, Mr. Boga, you need to be the pioneer of those things. That will erase every error that we made in the past. And that will create an opportunity to be the Moses to Joshua. George Weah did not do that. That's why I said George Weah cannot be Moses, neither can he be Joshua. But he has the opportunity to do it now. So when we come back, the next time I appear, not tonight now, because maybe tonight I will come, we'll be jumping around. But tomorrow, when I come back, where we left off about the Independent Day message. And let me tell you guys now, my Independent Day message to all Liberians. If we are to cut short 2065, meaning Randy 2065 too far, then take these 16 that the country of Morocco has done and begin to work on them. If Mr. Boga can prioritize those things into his plan, I can guarantee you before 2029, young and old Liberians will start to see the difference. But are they willing to do that? With the lawmaker often saying, oh, that our people, you give the money. Are they willing to put money, taxpayer money, into education to be free? Are they willing to create universal health care? Because when they get sick, they go to India, they go to Ghana. Are they willing to take that sacrifice? You see, the Bible says the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. I can provide all these good suggestions, but are they mentally ready to take care? And that's why I'm saying these guys got to go. And then the generation, that is the Alpha generation that came on the planet since 2013, they will keep coming until the end of 2025. That generation will be the one that will come up with that mindset. Because these guys are now willing to take the money that they take for themselves and redefine the purpose of that money to say we're going to create free education from ABC to 12th grade or even to some level of college. Why? Because we want to have a better Liberia tomorrow. We want universal health care across the entire county. We're going to educate people, and the people are going to come and help the NGO to provide more doctors and nurses across the country. It's not going to work in 2060. I mean, in 24, 25, 26, 29. But by the time we maintain, when we maintain that consistency and we get to 2030, 2031, 2032, by the time we hit 2040, people in that generation will start to see the difference. Liberian, my brother and sister, your people don't understand these things. What I'm saying here is that you go on the beach to look for a gold nugget that fell between the sand or among the sand or in the day. That's how long it's going to take. People are not discussing these things. Reason one, they don't have a long time to live. Reason two, they don't care for the future generation. Reason three, they were never given any succession plan. So why it is true that some of you guys admiring what I'm saying here, the practicality and the reality is the people that empower them, they don't have the mindset. They are like day and night. Either we in the day, they in the night. Backward against. They don't know what's going on because they don't want to know. But I'm just using the opportunity to let you guys know that other countries are becoming better on our continent because of the succession plan they got in regards to their leadership, their power transfer, and how they're caring for their people. They are not doing that. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much. The next time we'll come back here, we will be discussing what happened after Joseph Jenkins Robert left, what Liberia went through, and then we're going to discuss what happened in Israel as Joshua went through his leadership and stuff like that. So join me another time, all right? My name is Jay Randy. I'm the guy who many Liberians don't like because they know that they are messing up that country. They don't want to hear the truth. It comes from Joshua. That behavior comes from Boyka and his supporter. It comes from some sedition. That's why I appreciate a few sedition are here. Because in the end, the Jay Randy, whether he's still living or he dead and gone, I will always win. That means that Liberia will not be a better country only by 2065. The life for the 1 year we got that we all going to enjoy, because to us that enjoyment, there's nothing positive going to come from there as far as I'm concerned. There will not be a sound educational policy. There will not be a universal health care. There will not be a sound economic policy that benefits everybody. There will not be a social service for all. There will not be good governance. And there will not be equality for all Liberians. Those 6 principles that the country of Mauritius is implementing for the next 41 years in Liberia history, it's not going to be done. Only by 2065, before this thing will start to take place in Liberia, and that will be on a different generation. The purpose for me presenting the thing is we all don't know when we will die. But the time we have to declare our time on earth to let people know that we knew this thing should have happened back then. I'm speaking about in the future now. And the people will say, yes, he used to say the truth. History always speaks. So what I'm doing here is called afterlife. I am leaving message for afterlife. So the day I'm gone, somebody will say, Randy used to study thing before. What did Randy got? What that guy out just now, a foodie guy in America, who used to say you're a foodie man. But you were saying the truth. And that's why I'm saying all the thing here, right? So thank you guys so much for the opportunity. And I will see you again. Thank you very much, Victoria, for showing up today. I appreciate you. And every one of you guys, all my guys, Moyu, LRB Gayu, D Black, every one of you guys, Moses, every one of you guys, thank you guys so much. Share the video. Share the video. If I don't show up tonight, I will repeat this video along with other videos, all right? It's Independence Day, so I have to go back into my library and bring some of my old videos. And you know, it will help Sedition, it will help Joe Boca people, but I don't give a damn. I'm bringing everything because we're going to Independence Day. Independence Day is where we come to wash our clean clothes, to sort our laundry. So I'm going to bring all my Wawa West video. They will be coming up. Yes, they will be coming up. All right? So thank you. Maybe Joseph Clark will change the trajectory. Oh, so you're leaning to what you meant, Joseph Clark will not LBKU? Next time we talk, let me know about that answer. All right? Bye.